Okay, hello everyone and welcome back to London University Esports, this time for the 2023 edition, and we've got a nice little desk here. You can see us all in person. We've upgraded a few elements of the stream, so hopefully for a better viewing experience for all of you today. Today we of course have Group 1, which is comprised of SOAS, Westminster, UCL and LSE, and the first game will be between UCL and LSE. I am of course Takua and joined by lovely Cookie again today.
Lovely to be here, and I'm really excited for these games, especially because we are on a new 13.3 patch. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing Aurelian Sol. No. I've been having so much fun with him in League of Legends. I'm sure our viewers have as well. But we won't be seeing him because it's basically too OP.
Yeah, interestingly, the solo queue win rate doesn't actually reflect this, but it's more of a matter of Renzo gets to a point in the game where he has so much Stardust that he just starts evaporating every single living being on the enemy team. If you have played enough League, I think you probably would have experienced this at some point if you have played this patch, but yeah, it is a bit much damage.
Yeah, so no Aurelian Sol today, but we still have a lot of interesting stuff in 13.3, especially like how the meta is kind of at the moment where it's shifting, because if we look at pro play, which is on 13.1, we can still see the pro players still kind of like sticking to their old guard stuff, sticking to their, the Azirs, and in the top lane, maybe we have some like new stuff like Jax coming up, but like still like more or less the old champions. But now I think people are starting to look at like new or different picks. Yeah. So I really want to see like what our players today will bring out today, because it will be quite cool to see the innovation from the university level.
Yeah. I mean, something else that's always cool with this sort of thing is that it is university level, as you mentioned, and you do get those picks that you might not see so much on the pro scene, let's say, just as a result of players being comfortable on it, having a lot of games on it. Maybe they're a one trick for a particular champion. I mean, like notable examples might be something like the Shaco, very common sort of non-pro play champion that you might see otherwise. Although it has been picked a bit recently, if I remember correctly, in support, was it?
I think so. Yeah. It has to be support.
So who knows? We'll wait until we get into draft for that one. But yeah, UCL and LSE. LSE, of course, being the winners of last season. However, coming this season with a completely different roster.
Yeah, I think Chaga Bing Bing is still here for the UCL roster, but I think I haven't seen... Actually, Snooze Butcher probably was here as well.
Yeah, Snooze Butcher was there last time. I don't think the other ones are the same, but I might be wrong.
I think I remember Lichard, but I don't think... I think Dennis and Klein, I don't quite remember off the top of my head, so I think they must have done a bit of a roster swap. Just to remind everyone, we are in New Meta Arena. It's in person. It's in North London Angel. Lovely space, lovely computers. You can also like have have a drink, eat here. So really, thanks to New Meta, we are able to like deliver you this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you do have the time, of course, those of you watching on Twitch, come and watch you in person as well. It is ticketed though, but you'll be greeted with a lovely in-person experience. You've got all the seating down there. You can get yourself some drinks, etc. Chill with friends. Come support the teams when your uni's playing. All good bit of fun.
We should be going into draft post soon, but let's look at LSE as well. The teams. I haven't seen the LSE team, so I think they're quite different from the LSE team we saw last year.
Yeah, as we mentioned, it's a completely different roster. This is the roster that has been playing more recently, so they have that element, but they are not nearly as storied as the last roster, which had a lot of members that made all varsity the year before. So very, very different sort of team. You won't be seeing the same picks as last time. You won't be seeing Remy doing whatever he was doing on Belveth in the jungle last time. But have a look at the draft, and the first man will be the
Udyr is the king of the jungle. There's no doubt about that. The other, well, I would say the co-emperor of the jungle, I would say is Maokai. Yep. Maokai and Udyr, they're both solo lanes. That's sort of cute. And then we have the bans is Seraph as well. Interesting ban. It might be a very targeted ban because I think
the spear will find Pantheon, your back.
I have seen some Pantheon lately.
Let me at him.
Mid lane, kind of like it's like that time when you try to innovate, you want to try some new picks. Pantheon seems a good pick where you can like dominate your lane and then you go around.
Shall I turn in my badge and rifle as well?
Always annoying for people to get priority and plating. Just very frustrating to deal with early games. There's a lot of resources. Generally, the jungler to try and punish it because when Caitlyn and whatever lane partner, Karma, Lux, etc. do end up pushing to the tower plate, they can have a little bit of an issue being safe. positive, but you have to dedicate those resources to stop it, which can be
Yes. We also see the Vi. The Vi is, I would say maybe 2 years ago, is a very new pick. I think people kind of got used to it. The Vi is like he does this thing. You can lock down people, punch people in the face. A statistic, nothing too much about it.
I mean, on the other side, you can see the Elise there. Again, getting nerfed on the next patch, but on the current patch, I think hasn't
Very
been very, very good early gang.
Never look back.
You blitz through a jungle, let's say, with the way the catch-up XP works, etc., etc. You basically want to be
People fear what they cannot understand.
power clearing we had in past seasons.
Absolutely. And interestingly, UCL has the classic combo of Camille Galio. Lich is a Camille player, as I remember, and I think there'll be a lot of topside action, and especially combined with the Elise, then it will be a very, very difficult for. I assume it might be Rumble or Yoko. Yeah, and Rumble, very famously, is not very. It doesn't really have escape spells. You have your W, a little speed up, and that's it. So Rumble will get dived, and that I think is kind of the UCL game plan. Also showed with the Varus Ashe pick in the bot lane, you kind of just want to shoot out some hopshot arrows. Make sure your lane is pushed, your lane is fine, and for LSC maybe they're not quite. I mean, they have a very dive heavy team fight oriented comp where you combine the Vi, Yone, ultimates. Basically, it's kind of like you lay down like 4 of your ultimates down and then say GG if you hit all of them.
I mean, if you get Sealed Fate Equalizer on top of something, I think that's probably going to win you a team fight, but it's going to be hard to execute. Got to get the positioning right, and there's a lot of disruption, as you say, coming out, of course, the Camille Galio combo being able to support from the rest of the map, and if you do get hit by an Enchanted Crystal arrow across map, you are probably dead in one way or another. And then the other thing with the Varus, I didn't necessarily mention, is the fact that if they do both decide to take Halo Blades, of course, the tempo is very common on the Varus, and there is still the lethality build, which might use Comet, but double Halo Blades bot lane is very possible, and it makes incredibly strong early into any possible bot lane matchup.
Yeah, it is a relatively, I would say relatively recent innovation where you run both Halo Blades in your ADC. Having those two combined, that means you have a very high, level 1 power basically. Yeah. And you use that level 1 advantage to kind of snowball your lane, and if you play League of Legends bot lane or top lane, you know that having your level 1 push is so important. It's dictating how your lane will go in like the first. I say first until the first back, basically.
Yeah, basically, pretty much. I mean, it basically lets you get to control the pace of the game. You get the first crash in, you reset. They then have to decide, okay, well, can we push the wave out, or are we going to put it into a neutral state? But then you get the wave control when you come back because they base second. And of course, you do avoid early jungle ganks, because if the jungler's coming in first rotation, you get a fast push. You can back out of there before the jungler's even able to capitalize.
Absolutely, and I think for LSC, I think having the Yone is actually a big plus, because you're having like a semi-free late into Galio. Like Galio can't really pressure Yone that much, and Yone is a champion as usual. You want 2 items on it, but now with, I think people go your shield bow or into your Infinity Edge right away. You get 100% crit, and also because of the recent Infinity Edge changes, you now have the bonus effect of the RE very early on at 2 items.
Yeah, that's a really big deal for players at the moment. But I mean, that's the case for Yone, of course. Kai'Sa should still be building the Vori with the current itemization changes. That extra damage on ability is giving you a lot of bonus damage onto your Q, but more importantly, the thing with Kai'Sa is your autos go off so much that you basically get your Q and E cooldown up permanently. It's a really fun thing to do. Another champion that makes really good use of this recently is actually Lucian as well, with QE cooldowns as well. So there's a few champions being able to abuse that 40% Navori power spike really well.
Looking at just how both teams are going to play the game, I assume that, as we were talking about how strong the Elise early gank is, and also we want to get Lich ahead on his famous Camille, then probably Elise will just like run top level 3 and try to execute dive early and then dive again when Galio kind of hits 6. And I assume that LC will try to do something maybe bot side and just say, yeah, Rumble, you are just here, you're a low econ top lane, you kind of like left to the wolves. And combining a Nautilus and Vi, you actually have a lot of kill pressure against Varus Ashe. Even though Varus Ashe is quite a long range, if the summoners on LC side, they can just do flash engage quite easily onto the Varus Ashe. So that I think will be the game plan on both sides, where you try kind of like trade two strong sides and see which has who can exploit the advantage more.
Yeah, I mean the other thing about Varus Ashe is yes, they have a long range ability, but you still have to be really aware of the map because Varus and Ashe have a tendency to just end up pushing the wave a lot. So if you are putting them under tower, you have the same issue of well, you got to watch where the Vi is, or else you'll just get capitalized on. But we are beginning to load up into the game, and once we're in, we can get started. But definitely be interesting to see how this goes. Well, I mean, I don't know. Who knows what will happen? But with the roster, will LSC be able to try?
Yeah, that's semis.
Yeah.
Definitely semis.
So,
I think. Oh yeah, I remember. I think it was, they were beaten by Queen Marriott.
yeah.
Yeah.
But no, made it really deep into the brackets.
Welcome to Summoner's
Back on
Rift.
revenge, this time. Just having a few things I'm sorting out the game at the moment. I do believe there's also a little bit of pause, so we'll get started when we can.
Let's have a look at some interesting summoner rune choices, maybe. I think actually it's quite standard across the board, as we mentioned. Two Halo Blades is there. The Aftershock from the Galio, I kind of half expect Galio to go Spellbook, but Aftershock is perfectly fine. And everything else is just pretty standard. So very standard. Summon spells as well. So you usually sometimes see some interesting summon spells. Actually, then it's opting for that Ghost instead of TP on the Galio. So that will be maybe the only kind of thing that surprised me.
Ghost, yeah, definitely. I mean, the nice thing about Ghost is, of course, being able to run people down when you can. Galio not, I mean, having the mobility and justice punch, that being the main thing. And I guess it also gives you more move speed when you're channeling your W.
Yeah, it does, it does.
Yeah. I guess we'll see how it goes, but it does reduce the move speed in the first place. I'm not sure how that balances out. But yeah, we do see that double Halo Blades in the bot lane. So.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, very kind of standard thing. Looking on the minimap, looks like both sides are kind of. Oh, actually, looks like LC might go for invade. You can see all like they stacked up on the first near near the tier 1 turret in mid lane. But we'll see. I'll see how it goes.
Oh, well. As per usual with League of Legends. Starting off with a pause. Nothing new.
Yep.
Happens all the time. Whether it being, I mean, we don't know the exact issue yet. I imagine it's probably just on the player end, them having some people on the peripheral for client maybe. Who knows?
I think it just happens a lot more in LAN tournaments.
Yeah, it does. Always something going on. Because when you're on your own setups, you kind of get used to it. You know what's wrong with your own things if your own thing if it is wrong. So. Well.
Yeah, I think we have basically solved about everything about the draft. Oh, okay. So apparently the issue is
Keybind.
yeah.
Interesting. Well, you know, it happens. But no, new season has been pretty interesting. I mean, for myself, not been the best ranked season so far. I haven't played too much of it, but let's just say that it's not been the most enjoyable. To all you junglers out there, please play better.
Yeah, that's what I tell every jungler I meet as well. And when it's my turn to play jungle, I tend to not. Never mind, the game is restarted, so we can see.
Might be right. So Rumble mid. We get
30
we'll
seconds
find out in a
until
second.
minions
Maybe
spawn.
Rumble's just going for a mid towards top lane. I mean, it should be Rumble top, but well, look, yeah.
There's an argument for Rumble mid because Rumble mid can roam a lot better than Yone. But I don't think, say, you don't want to give up this free lane for Yone. Like, if you put Yone in top lane, all of a sudden he has to like actually play, and then he has to also suffer all those dives that delays his power spike as well. So probably not the plan of LSE. Very conservative 5-point start, 5-point-ish start for both sides. Seems like some wards traded, put down in the river ramps.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if LSE decide to go down to the river to go into bot lane, I mean, they'll see it coming, but you already know the Vi starting topside most likely as well, so not too much information on both ends. We'll see if the wards come into play later.
Yeah, probably further confirming the kind of priority that both teams put on. Elise probably wanting to get to the top side as quick as possible, and Ryan wants to go with that bot side.
We'll see if Sunsmuncher get themselves an early recycle for the big wave. I mean, they're already on the wave first in the lane, so definitely should have the next wave.
Yeah, very hard to play into two ADCs basically in level 1. I mean, unless you're willing to trail of health, then Visual and Reckless Chan smartly just biding their time.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to do anything too crazy at the moment. You don't win the trades anyway, so that's the main thing. So you can be on the top side using that adaptive force shield to their advantage in the trade. Unfortunate, not a hook there. A little bit of level 1 trading, but of course the Ash Varus bot lane is always going to win out on that auto trade.
Ooh, the level 2 pass by coming from Richard, chunking Unga Booga's health for a lot. Probably might force a base now, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty low. I mean, you do have the 2 pots, can let that tick over, but you're basically stuck under tower now as this rumble for the next few minutes. But we're going to get ganked straight into mid lane. Ostrich Midge going to be forced to flash away from the Galio W. Get themselves out there, but that is a very crucial flash. So the next time Elise does decide to come, if Yone doesn't have the soul unbound up to be able to unstoppable that, you won't have it. But straight back into a gank in the bot side, trying to get this priority Einklein, get a flash away, and the flash response will give a first blood, unfortunately. Straight over to the support of LSE, Elise here for the return, looking for something back onto the Nautilus, trying to get Reckless Chat. The heal goes down and won't be able to kill the Nautilus just yet, but the repel able to come back round. Killer Instinct going to get another one. Can the Elise get the kites? I think we'll just about have the damage. Going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Vi unable to finish the damage off, and I think the wave will be pushing into LSE's side because of the increased blue side minions, but Varus being there first will be able to get to the wave.
That is such a bloodbath, but overall I think is very much UCL's favorite. Having the 2 kills on Elise this early game is really important because that means Elise doesn't have to go back to camps that often because knowing that you have that XP from the kills. Elise can just go home, buy whatever he can afford. Ooh, that's a magic penetration boots right away, and then probably can do another gank right away.
Look into it, seems to be part of the top side. I mean, Rumble here really needs to get a crash down the Vi's and bot side, so I think you're going to have an issue here. If you take this base, Camille's just going to end up freezing on you. Which is not ideal.
Not ideal. We'll have the teleport, but what I fear is after he teleports back, and then if he gets ganked then his lane is completely over. Like if he dies with a wave being frozen on without teleport, so in a tough spot, Unga Bungas to say the least.
Playing it safe at the moment, I think, is now going to take the base. They're just warding out. It's just that sort of dilemma as well. Like, I don't want to base here because it's really bad wave state, but I also don't want to stay that much because then I'm going to get ganked. So, indecision there on the top side, but definitely not an easy position. There comes the gank. Flash is still available. Decides not to flash the Q. Will flash later on, but I think it's going to be a little bit too late. And the damage follow-up comes through, and Thiago Bingen gets another kill.
Yeah, that's not great. Not great for LSE side at all. With the flash, if he survived that, I think it might be more playable. Now it's really hard because Elise can come again. Oh, actually going mid lane first.
Alright, well the stun goes down this way. Soul Unbound will actually just bring Yone back to over here, but I think the damage has been dealt. At least repels straight back on. Knockup comes through. Canarel is here to maybe try and block the Galio. Yone staying alive between the support of the Vi and just getting out of there with a sliver of health.
This is so crucial for LSE. Having like Yone being able to just live is so important because, as we were saying, like that is the lane where LSE is supposed to shine. Yone is supposed to get those free farm against the Galio. If Yone dies, it would be really bad for LSE, but fortunately for LSE, he didn't.
I this bot lane's still going to be rough even with the kills onto those side, because of course at least to get those 2 kills, so the UCL bot lane didn't really get a sizable advantage, but you could just see there, right there, the power of the Hail of Blades when you get those autos, and it's just so much attack speed early on with, of course, Ashe passive adding more damage, Varus the blight stacks, and you proc it with an ability. Just not very fun to play into in this early game.
Yeah, visual forced to take it back there, but actually looking at the CS is not that bad. I mean, you still have like a 7 CS lead in the bot lane. Obviously, you will lose some now that you're missing out on this wave, but not the end of the world for LNC bot lane, I think.
Yeah, it's still fairly playable. I mean, ahead in CS in the first place, so it should even out. Just going to be watching this mid lane again. Reckless Chan moving up to see if we can try and capitalize, or maybe Dennis roaming a little, well, not roaming, but staying a little bit too far up. But I don't think the Galio is going to fall for that one.
Shagabipping might catch Reckless Chan here.
Stun and here comes the burst damage. This is a fairly ahead, at least. Going to Dredge line out of there. Exhaust goes down. Here comes the Vi to support. Oh, Galio got cancelled by the Yone right there. Really, really big. But Canarol going back in there is going to sacrifice themselves to get the support out.
It's kind of unfortunate. It seems like LSE might have gotten the rotation off, since especially with Galio ultimate cancel, but ultimately Elise is way too ahead in terms of like damage, and yeah, and that's that.
Unfortunate 4-2, slight gold lead at the moment, 1,700, 7 minutes, not at 700 minutes, but no, Ungabunga's taking a little bit more of a trade lid shot. I'm going to even out the health bars, but definitely putting the Rumble into a potential lethal range for the future, and we get another pause.
I think the good thing with Rumble though is that as a low econ top laner, I mean you can be strong side, but you can also function as a low econ top laner, is that you can just ult the wave. So say if they're stacking to try to dive you, you equalize the wave and all is fine. So, or at least you get some, like all the XP from those minions, you don't lose all of that even when you die. So I think Ungabungas is doing fine for now, as long as he doesn't die to some unexpected solo kill from Lichard, then he should be just fine.
Yeah, this is the one thing about where the kills have gone towards UCL, is that the kills have basically been in the sense of, well, they're all on Elise. They're on the one player, and as a result of that, the power isn't necessarily spread throughout all of the lanes. So if Elise ends up getting shot down or is unable to basically put out pressure onto the map, then you have a bit of a problem later on when LSE's team maybe have more spread resources as they currently do.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see that's why UCL is playing fairly proactive. I won't say very proactive, but fairly proactive, trying to look for those invades, trying to get people rotating. And we see that the team is also quite helpful with that, especially with the Galio ultimate. Bot lane is perma pushing always a priority. Top lane, you know, obviously Camille does have a lot of gank setup, so it's up to Chugga to push the advantage as far as it could, so the LSE can't come back with scaling on Yon and Kai'Sa.
Yeah, assuming Kai'Sa here may be in a little bit of trouble. We'll see. And the Spectator client always does this for all of you folks watching out there, always decides to bait everyone after a pause. Just the way the client's been for a long time. But there's the Ashe slows coming through. I think Varus doesn't have any blight stacks yet on the Kai'Sa, so just about unable to get the execute off with the empowered Q there, but Visual gonna get out alive.
Yeah, that's so disgusting. Like seeing Varus with just a Doran's blade and a longsword just like pulling you out of lane, like wow. Yeah, just have to bide their time and hope for Chugga maybe taking down. Never mind. Not enough damage there.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a bit overzealous to try and get more there, but it still managed to delay the back a little bit, which is fine for you, although it is the support back, so it really makes too much of a difference with where the wave state is. Although I think Visual will miss most of that wave, given that he was forced away. Here comes the gank in the top lane. Equalizer goes down. Vi forces the shot into it, but the hook shot will dive will be enough to get him out of that.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that Vi doesn't have level 6 yet, otherwise with their seasoned disease can secure that kill, but in any case it still gives Rumble a nice base timing. Ooh, actually staying might be in danger. Chugga is around.
He's trying to spot the Elise here, but Elise is going to spot the Vi instead and pounce straight onto the Enforcer. Should be able to pick up the rest of the kill here. But Rumble's doing an awful lot of damage, and the Elise is maybe not quite ready for that. Has to invest the flash there to ensure the kill onto Vi. I think the stun will get out. Yone going to use the ultimate there. Gets the shutdown kill. That's 600 gold donated over to the mid laner. As we come back to a fight in the bot side, trying to trade some ulters away. Both ultimates available on the side of LSE and both used from UCL. So I imagine UCL initiated that one.
Yeah, very good decision by LC to leave the kill to Ostrich because, well, Yon is the person on LSE who can do something mid-game with the 2 items.
You're a level 4 Nautilus. You really need to get that dev charge online as soon as possible. Get that XP. You can't really be going in on this double level 6 bot side and expect to be winning trades at this point.
Yeah, that's might be. I think he lost a lot of XP just because how dominant the Varus Ash bot lane was. Just wasn't be able to. Yeah, because I think he probably roamed quite a few times as well, but it's quite a big deficit.
Is doing a lot of damage here, forcing Camille now off of the wave. You can actually probably hold that on your side, sort of drain some XP from Camille, actually forcing Camille to back here too.
Yeah, showing why Rumble is such a good pick. Just because if left alone in the 1v1, Rumble out damages quite a lot of top laners. Well, certainly Camille at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just wait till Camille gets like 3 items and then, you know, Cho'Gath ults you on her Q. But we'll still have to wait till later in the game for that to be a possibility. But yeah, Camille definitely something to be watching out for. But as you can see, Rumble having evened out the CS gap that was previously made and now able to cash in a tower play as well.
Yeah, both junglers hovering bot side. Actually, just gonna take a base, it seems like. Ooh, staying in lane. Maybe something happening because like Dragon is in. When's the next Dragon? I didn't keep track.
Yeah, the first one was a while ago. I mean, it shouldn't be too long, but I still think it'll be in like 2 minutes, I think, so. Interesting setup. I mean, I don't know really why Elise is still covering bot side here. I think Elise should really just be resetting. I suppose just in case they try to gank the Varus Ash here, but you have so much vision in this bot side jungle, I just don't think that's even a possibility.
Yeah, it's kind of a. I think we call it a sin play. It's like you kind of just hoping that your opponent make that mistake where you can exploit, but so that doesn't happen. LC definitely know that Shaggy is there, and why just hovering as well.
Well, I try to look for. I mean, if you get it straight onto the Ash, you might just be able to get a kill right away. Nautilus still doesn't have depth charge. I'm not sure now this is a fight that you really want to be taking. Kai'Sa gonna ult straight back into really trying to get this kill into Snaz Launcher, but it's just not worth it. Damaris gonna get a double kill off the back of this, and Sinner was not purified.
Yeah, that's a big yikes. That's a big. I think I jinxed it really hard.
Yeah.
So I think that was what Chug everyone was waiting for, and in a lot of trouble now, LSC, especially with this lethality Varus having accelerated. I think I see some Varus going Ghostblade first item actually. That the Ghostblade is just kind of like all in top lane.
Camille using the flash away, and Gabungus trying to get some electro harpoons down. Damage still available now. Goes into the overheat. Camille trying to get the the extra auto flash there from Gabungus. I'm not sure it was exactly necessary, but you know, you get the extra damage down. Yeah, solo kill to the Rumble.
Yeah, I think there was a time when we played Rumble jungle a lot where you have the when it was recently buffed with the overheat autos, and you definitely saw that damage there. And now that LSC is using that advantage to finish her.
Yeah, at least you get something else in the map. Dragon now spawning on the bottom side, Elise hovering around the bot side jungle. I think trying to get something on bot first, but I think it should just be started up in a moment. Yep, as it does. And let's see, I'm not sure if they actually want to contest here, maybe trying to look for someone to Galio instead. Okay. Yeah, just gonna break open mid instead, try and get more gold invested into the Yone.
Yeah, I don't think LSC is going to contest even the second dragon. Ooh, engage coming in.
Doesn't land onto anyone. Now it's on the bot side. And Charlie Crisara will hit, Chains of Corruption will not, but that is still 1 kill guaranteed. That was a slight bit of lag there, but unable to finish another one off. I don't think that arrow will kill even if it does hit them.
Yeah, kind of the power of when you have both Ash and Varus, both long range engages. allow you to pick people off quite easily. I think too many people kind of crowded in trying to get the Herald gold there. Losing the first tower as a result, that really opened the gates up for UCL. Ooh, we're in trouble.
It doesn't have the flash from last time, but Hextech Ultimatum will definitely seal the fate of the Rumble on top side. Very easy gank there.
Yeah, nothing you could have done really. At least LSC is getting some tower damage in return. In trouble maybe, they will try a 2v2 here.
That's what happens. Varus coming in with the Ghost Blade move speed, gonna back off from that one. Ultimate still available on Stuz Muncher. Ruckus Chan finally at level 6, yet still 2 levels down compared to the Ashe.
Yeah, I really want to see Reckless Chan roaming together with Kanurai, trying to make a pick on these two bot laners. Because as we say, like, even though they have a lot of damage, they are quite squishy and relatively immobile. So, want to see Kanurai in bot lane, but now he's in top lane.
No, here we go. It doesn't interrupt the hook shot, but Galio going to come in for a little bit of support. Ult going to come through from there. Interesting. Spectator's client doing this today. I don't know why it is. There wasn't a pause, but you know, every now and again you get something weird with Spectator.
Yeah, there's a timing to try to interrupt the hook shot of Camille. Bunga's in trouble though.
Tried to make the turnaround of the equalizer. The Galio is still around, so he can't really be doing that one.
Yeah, Kanurai kind of just went back to farming and then looked back at top later like, what happened there?
You know, you get a little bit of miscommunication every so often. It's like, oh yeah, no, I'm just going to go back to farm. We made the gang happen. It's not going to work. And then top laner's like, no, we can get the kill. Unfortunately, could not.
Goat lead is around 4k right now. Not uncomebackable, especially when we say we have all those like team fight impactful ultimate. Well, I would say like 2 of them are really impactful, say Sealed Fate and the Equalizer. I think Cease and Desist and Death Shard is more for picking, but they have to do that soon, especially like looking at those bounties. There's a juicy 500 gold bounty on Varus, so I really want LC to try to focus that instead of going top lane again.
See what happens. Here comes the Galio. Taunt going to come through in a moment. Here comes the Seal Fate on the other side. Iron Klein now the target of the focus. Not going to drop just yet. Canarol with enough damage to pick up the kill, but it will be a 2-for-1 in favor of UCL.
I want to know how much tenacity. Never mind, there's an all-in bot lane here.
Alright, I think Lichard is just a little bit stronger than the Kai'Sa. Visual will try to put up a good fight. I don't think the heal was ever worth investing, but sure. Lichard getting another one.
Yeah, always have to be careful when Camille is in the game. Be careful when you're in side lanes. Bungas, don't ever frost it.
Up, oh, the taunt didn't quite land. And if that did, then Thiago Bimbing has the follow-up Death Charge to try and deny the chase down to Unga Bungas. Teleport coming in mid lane, Teleport here. With the slow coming in from the W, Q lands on Elise. There we go, that's another kill down. Reckless Chan getting bursted away and forced to flash. Canarol unable to bring a response up, and Ostrich now leaving the scene as well. Canarol actually going to get engaged on again. Gets spotted out there by that ward, and UCL taking a pretty good opportunity to pick up another kill. Yet again, accelerating the pace of the game.
Yeah, good proactive play by UCL, but also a bit of unaware from LSD. Oh my.
I mean,
good.
Every single piece of CC you could possibly imagine. Gonna do it again to the ADC as well. A double kill to the Varus. Now 8-2-1.
Yeah, as I was saying, I was wondering how much tenacity does Ostrich have? Because on your own, you usually take the legend attack speed, that rune, you don't take the tenacity. You also wouldn't build much threats on your own, so these hard CCs are really lethal in locking down Yone. Especially with the gold disadvantage, it's kind of hard for LSE to do things now. It seems like UCL still hold initiative very, very firmly. Dragon's coming up, we'll see what...
Okay, trying to get the engage on. There's the equalizer to follow up, but this is quite a high level. Varus laying down a little bit of damage. Can-Stars, which should get a no, but Dredgeline will lollipop. Force the flash over the wall now. Elise is here, maybe trying to look for a turnaround. Well, shot won't connect with anyone just yet. And yeah, Galaxy get out of there with the one pick.
Yeah, that's absolutely what LSE needs. just need money. You can probably give this Soul Point Dragon if need be, but having that extra gold just closes the distance ever so slightly on gold-wise.
Yeah, we need every penny you can get. Of course, there being, roughly about 4.5k gold lead towards UCL at the moment. Actually, yeah, it's about 5.5k now.
And honestly, they should do this on repeat. They should keep using seasons with Rumble Equalizer, whatever else, Kaiser W, just throw everything in. Just to try and pick on these switching members.
Oh, Neil may be caught off guard there by the damage. Just able to get over the wall. The Adaptive Force Shield there coming really clutch. Getting the shot out there. Here comes the Varus. Change of Corruption landing onto Yone. Won't spread to Rumble. Chunks out flash is used though. Now here comes Galio trying to look for a repeat. Getting Everfrost onto 2. Onto no one there. Thiago Bingling now on the other side looking for Nautilus. There comes the damage from Einklein using a depth charge to try and get out of there, but I'm not sure if that's actually going to give you the investment. Oh, this is the VIQ. Here comes the follow-up for the rest of UCL. All the forces arriving. That's the cleanup crew.
I guess over-ambitious by LC trying to take the Herald in return. Now they lose the Baron instead, so which is unfortunate but also unwise by LC trying to take that fight. It doesn't seem like LC has anything able to fight in this Baron, so it will just go to UCL.
Very, very fast Baron take. 20 minutes as well, straight on the dot basically of when it was starting to spawn. 7-1 and 6 definitely has shown up pretty big this game, with being able to put out influence all across the map, and now very much in the driver's seat to try and secure the rest of this game. Looking for another kill. Hextech ultimatum straight away. There's the arrow follow-up, and that is a dead Rumble.
Yeah. At this point, the two jungles, like on the top side, does not belong to LSE at all. They kind of have the turtle, and try to secure maybe like some kind of vision if possible. Having vision allows you to catch out members who overstep. That's what I guess Reckless Shot is doing that right now.
Yeah, every little bit of vision trying to be scouted out, see what happens. I mean, this Barra buff is still going to be a really big nuisance for LSE to deal with. Every single wave in the map is going to start being pushed in. I mean, at the end of the day, UCL don't need to do too much pushing with this. They kind of just can use the buff to solidify their presence already and just wait for the next objective, because it is the Soul Dragon, of course, and the closer you get to Elder, I mean, not necessarily the better for you, because it does give LSE a chance to flip it, but if you do get that Elder Drake secured, then you're in a really good position.
Is there ever like a strategy to not take the Soul Dragon? Like if you don't take it, there's no way for that team to come back through. Like,
Elder, yeah, that is the alternative. You could actually feasibly leave the Soul Drake around, let them take it, and with UCL's position right now, you could arguably just say, okay, well, we'll keep doing what we're doing, keep going for Barons, keep pushing in, and then don't have that flip chance. Yeah, absolutely fair judgment.
It looks like they're trying to crack open tier 1, and LC seem quite unwilling to engage here, which I think is correct. But also you have to like draw a line in the sand. You have to say at which point we just have to fight.
Tower will go down in here next on the menu. Looking like it will do so as well, as he's still hesitant to make a play, but Nexus Towers will be the next to be sieged, and UCL definitely look like they want to do a little bit of damage. I think LSE really needs to pull a trigger, but this Rumble actually might go down before they're able to do something, and Thiago Bingling will get the kill into that. No Equalizer available anymore. I think it was used though, so.
Wow. Yeah, that's so much damage in an instant. Unga, because even has stopwatch, but died within the CC chain. And that should be game for UCL.
Alright, well, last stand, LSE going to try and make the fight in this gold deficit. Fate sealed, but the damage is just insufficient. UCL a little bit too far ahead with the buffs and everything. Varus going to clean up with a piercing arrow through 2. And that will be the game. Game 1 of LSE versus UCL. Going over to UCL will be the first game of this season's LUE. Going over to the team that made it to semis, of course. This time looking for their revenge. They definitely got some revenge, at least, winning the first game.
Yeah, they played very cleanly. Really, a bit of luck, I guess, because you have at least suddenly super ahead after the skirmish there, and that just really powered through the game. But otherwise, I think honorable effort by valiant effort by LG. Definitely, there's some like really nice highlights. Retry comeback. You can see the good use of season assist. Good use of actually, I just think like picking rumble is really good.
Yeah.
So I really like to try that. So we will have to see how they take from this experience and just try to do well in the rest of the game.
I mean, the Rumble really did hold up really well versus Camille despite a few early disadvantages, but I think it was just the general presence of Elise around that was a little bit too much of a problem for the side of LSE. But that's the first game for the moment. We will be back shortly with the next game, which I do believe will be Solas versus Westminster. But for the time being, we're going to throw it to an ad break. So see you soon. to London University Esports Season 2. We have been plunged into draft immediately between SOAS and Westminster, so we'll get straight onto it with Diana and Jax being the first two bans.
Yeah, Jax. I kind of wish to see Jax in these games. Jax, especially because of rework, attract a lot of attention. Hecarim also banned, so it looks like a bit of a jungler ban heavy from blue side here.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment it is a big element of making sure that you aren't playing into a jungle you don't necessarily like playing into, because how centralizing the role is right now with the amount of pressure, the map pressure they can put out, because you don't have to care so much about clearing. Because you can't really outclear people as easily or as importantly as you used to be able to.
We have Seraph ban again, which is interesting. We saw that last. Oh, we have Olaf in the top lane. Olaf is one of the like really strong top laners that kind of just get slept on. But now people do play Olaf top like as a proper non-troll or non-one-trick pick now. Ooh, into a Nasus.
Nasus support.
Unless it's Nasus support.
No. Yeah, we'll see what happens when the rest of the team gets picked up. But no, I mean, Nasus does have the Wither, of course, to slow that attack speed. Although when you ult, I don't think it will actually slow the attack speed because of the way that Ragnarok works. But I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Ooh, Zac is very, very good pick. So we talked about the two King of the Jungles. We have the Maokai, we have the Udyr. Zac is like the tier below, where you have Zac and you have the rest of the bruisers, where you know your Vi, your Jarvans. So Zac is one of those, especially also as a flex as well. Can you play top? You can play mid. And we see the Maokai, as we were talking about it. Maokai, very strong pick. Ahri is a surprise to me because Ahri into so many tanky champions, not gonna have the best of times perhaps.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Okay, Twitch gonna get banned out. I mean, I imagine that's towards the support role, most likely, in my head at least recently. 0% win rate, if I'm not mistaken, in Pro, but that's besides the point. Cogmore gonna get locked in. Gonna be really weak into Caitlyn Ashe, though, so...
I would assume it will a Lulu Cogmore, right, surely?
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Okay, Lux.
No... Yeah, I am a little confused. So, but to be fair, I guess Cogmore has the range, but it takes so long to scale up.
Okay, wait, who's playing mid?
I think it's Maokai mid. Unless it's Lux mid and then Maokai support, but that doesn't make sense to me either.
Well,
we'll see in the game. We'll see in the game.
Because if they're actually enrolled, like then we have Nasus jungle, Sedge top.
Which I mean, Nasus jungle is probably fine, but also that just means blue side can play quite active. Like if you play Nasus support as a Nasus jungle, and you have a Caitlyn Ashe perma pushing a bot lane, it's probably not that fun.
Well, I guess we'll see what happens as we load into the game. Still waiting for spectator delay to come through before we're able to do that. But yeah, for the most part, I mean, Caitlyn Ashe is going to have a pretty damn fun time into no matter what bot lane gets picked up. For the side of, I believe it's SOAS on the red side and Westminster on the blue side this game. So
I think for West, I mean, I definitely like Westminster's squad a bit more. SOAS, I think they kind of bought into attack meta. They bought into like pick tanks we win. But I guess luckily for them that Westminster doesn't have a lot of tank killers. Like you don't see the Cassio, you don't see the Vaynes. But also Olaf can kind of run kind of crazy in these comps. Just keep life stealing of the tanks. Apparently there's a game crash. Apparently.
yeah.
So we might go into. We might have to redraft or either like go into the game and have a pause. But I think that these are the same drafts. It should be.
Yeah, but the draft won't change if there is a technical issue with the games, as we had last season. I believe it was a game with Roehampton where one of the players had a slight issue and we had to do some restarts with the lobby and the client. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's happened before. If it does happen again today, then it's just a matter of, okay, we're just going to redo the lobby, get the drafts up. The annoying part is the 3-minute spectator delay for everyone out there, but outside of that, it should be fine.
I think with this draft, let's think about what these teams is gonna do early game, because Zac can gank, right? Zac can gank. Zac loves to gank early, but it's actually quite hard to gank, except for like because bot lane with Kayle and Ashe, you naturally are pushing, and Zac can dive early if you pull the mid laner around, but it might be risky that you just don't want to do that, and
Yeah.
you can go top, I guess, with the, to help your Olaf. Yeah, I think that's probably the plan. That's probably the plan. The plan is probably for Zac to go top lane, help the Olaf to get the lead, and then just run down top. And bot should be fine on their own. For Soaz, it's a bit weird because I can't analyze.
I think you're just scaling. I mean, I think seeing Nasus and Kog'Maw as like a general idea, I think the plan is get to a certain point in the game, be able to do damage. Although I think fundamentally the way that you're going to end up playing into them, just on a stylistic perspective, it's not going to work too well. That's my issue.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. But also, we just don't know where the champions are going. Actually,
No, not entirely.
I mean, it does change things a little bit. Like, say, if you have a Maokai bot lane and a Kog'Maw, the Kog'Maw will not have a lot of fun.
No.
But Lux, I think it's slightly better because you kind of have you won't get pushed as often, I think. But I don't know. We just have to see. I don't even know who's going top lane. It could be Maokai. It could be Nasus, it could be Johnny, so...
Yeah. I mean, that's sometimes what you have to do, play the Wheel of Fortune and see what ends up rolling into in the actual game itself, but no. Fun teams, nevertheless, is still a demonstration of what university-level esports can be like sometimes, with the differences and picks from outside of the fairly isolated pro play meta, so to speak.
Yeah, I think pro play meta is so stale. It is so stale. I just hope, like, kind of like in solo queue, there are like more things like people pick up from solo queue and bring it into pro play. I think you mentioned Twitch support, and actually I think the people are just theorizing like where Twitch can go, and apparently Twitch can play every role.
Yeah, I've seen. I mean, I think mid makes a lot of sense to me. Of course, jungle, bot, and support have all been played around a lot. I have no idea about top.
It's the same thing with top. You still do the roaming playstyle, but do you remember the time when people played Janus?
Right, yeah.
So that kind of playstyle. Yeah. So it's the same thing but top lane, and I don't know, like I know AP Twitch has been a thing for a long time, but it just sounds it's still such a weird idea to me because like you're like there's a lot of particles going off the screen when you do the spread and then like there's no damage happening, and then you press and everyone just dies.
Yeah, it's a really weird way the way it works.
Yeah, it's just funny, and I kind of like it's like I love and hate Riot for doing this, like to put like random AP ratios on champions. So I think the reason one is Jax, and I think they nerfed it down back a bit, right?
Yeah. But now Jax can itemize zombies, so
yeah. And then like I think there was someone who like make like theorize how to play AP Jax, and apparently you have like 400% AP like in total or something. Like if you land all your spells. With
that's a
this
lot.
Yeah, because if you look at like other AP majors, it's usually like 350 to 400. So like Jax is a bit more than that. So like you can just literally one-shot people with Jax combo. So it is just funny. I never had it. I didn't try it. I just played the normal Jax that everyone plays. But it does sound fun. But like I do hate
Burst Assassin Jax coming to your next solo queue game in however long. I would like to see that. I do think it's quite funny conceptually to see Jax doing that rather than whacking you with his lamp every so often. But no. I mean, what else has there been? I mean, I'm waiting for the day they actually do this, but for the record, if people don't know, Aphelios actually has really good AP ratios. It's just that the issue with Aphelios is that you benefit so much out of crit because everything crits, your ult crits and so on and so forth. But your ult actually has a 1.0 AP ratio. So does Moonshot. Duskwave is like 0.6, 0.7. So all the abilities are actually quite high. I think you also get your move speed increase on the Severum Onslaught Q. So that can go up to like 50% move speed steroid as well. The problem is it's just that you just don't do as much damage outside of things. But I'm waiting for the day they do something to the ratios or add a particular item to the point where AP Aphelios just suddenly starts one-shotting people with like Q ult. or something.
Is it something like the build will be like AP Raz build, where you build kind of meshes and?
Yeah. I mean, it's not good at the moment, unfortunately. But I think if they added like a mythic for like AP attack speed or something like that, then maybe I could see it. I don't think Rift Maker works that well for the way it functions, but or at least make some sort of element where it incentivizes you on the auto perspective, because you just get so much benefit out of crit at the moment.
And I mean, even though if say AP still have the auto on the videos,
exactly.
just because like you have to like change your guns or like use those effect abilities. And I still hate AP Varus, honestly.
AP Varus is so hilarious. You just get one shot by the R.
Like I got used to it, but I'm still so annoyed. It's just so random. Like it feels so random. I think League of Legends has so much like one-shot champion nowadays. Like I'm just not even like surprised. I think in the old days I'll be like, what killed me, and I would just be like confused for like a day. But now I'm like, oh yeah, that's random. Like the other day, like you know, like the new Origins. So like there's this like the big, I call it the big asteroid.
Oh, what, the ult?
Yeah.
The empowered ult.
Yeah. I just got hit by one and was stunned for like 10 milliseconds, and I just died. And I was like, what happened? Because of the first game I played against ASOL. And I wasn't shocked. I just kind of know it has to be some overpowered thing that I really.
Yeah, I mean the problem with ASOL at the moment is the way that Stardust works with the size scaling abilities.
Yeah.
So you could be, I think I was playing Lucian on that day. My mid was playing ASOL, and there was a Jhin in like bot tier 2 tower. ASOL ulted like above. Wasn't intending to hit the Jhin, but the Jhin got hit to the point where I could Gale Force Q and I killed the Jhin.
so dumb. Yeah, it's so dumb. Like you know, like the like as you were saying, like the empowered like R. Like there's like a big shock.
Yeah, it's a huge shockwave. Like and they just didn't know it was happening. Get chunked the health bar, and suddenly they're dead.
It's so dumb. And I think it's like wave play is so easy on that thing and all. You literally just raid the winning wave and you just eat down.
Yeah.
And then it just dies. And then like it's. I don't know. It feels so OP. And then like when you have wildlife,
Yeah, you get the slow on it. Yeah.
Like I see like a lot of different things going on. Like some people do Sarah, some people don't. Some people do.
Apologies.
Yeah. It's not working.
No. It's going great. I'm just trying to sort it out a little bit. Sorry.
Some people do Roa.
I mean, I'm sure we can take
Yeah,
a look
we
at
can.
it. So, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Can have a look into that. Mr. SOAS roster, of course, coming out of it. I can't actually quite make that out. Well, there's the SOAS roster for you on the red side. I mean, in 1987, Steam Bonnex, XD, Cloud 11, and I think it's Stan 11. Either way, we'll have the IDs once we get into the game. Either way, and it should be the same drafts coming through. Bands seem to be identical.
Yeah, it should be the same draft. Back to ASOL. And seriously, like it feels so dumb where you can just like dub, because usually like you're like you know at some spot in the rift like you know you're safe because of terrain. And like you just like go through terrain and then like slows you.
Yeah, and it slows you.
And then like you're just like, okay, what do I do now? How can I run away from this? Like you just can't. It's so dumb.
Admittedly, ASOL's early game is pretty weak. So that is like the one point in the game that you can capitalize on. I think it is the main reason why his solo queue win rate's only hovering at like
49.
No, I think it was 50.5 last time I saw.
Oh.
It's between 49 and it's between like 49.5, 50.5. So it's actually quite a fair win rate. So that's why I don't think Riot's been doing too much to tune it, because obviously they do a lot of tuning based stuff for win rates. But the issue is once you get to like 20 minutes, 25 minutes, what do you do? What do you do?
It's like I think maybe the audience might not be able to see like how broken this is. But like it's just broken is that you like one shot waves and you still one shot people with the right eyes, because like your Q, I don't know what's called. Honestly.
Yeah, I haven't actually. I don't know the ability names. They changed it all. I know you have like the skies descend is like the empower thing.
The big asteroid. And you just like get slowed, and then you just get dealt like 1,000 damage or something, and then it just keeps channeling, it doesn't stop. And it's like what do? But it's fun though. It's really fun though.
Oh yeah, it still looks as goofy as old Asol did as well, when he's just flying really slowly and turning his head with like this spew of flames around him, which is great. I mean, that's a really nice sort of identity thing they've managed to do with Asol, where he still looks really silly, just casting abilities, plays in a really weird way, although playing weirdly at the moment, he's just still gonna kill you, so it is what it is.
I think it will become a pro play staple, honestly.
I think the big thing is actually with the E as well, the way that functions on a CC level, and the fact that you can actually immobilize minions with it as well. It just sets the move speed of minions to 0 when you catch them in the little I don't know, cosmic whirlpool almost. So.
Yeah, and it, honestly, like with the if you collect enough stars and then you just like press R. Should I line this? Should I line this up? Should I line this up? Like because it's different. Sorry, a bit of
Apologies,
technical
yeah,
difficulties there. Just trying to make sure the settings are the same because we. But yeah, it's like one of those champions who can it's like Rumble, like Rumble you can throw your ult in from afar. Like I'm thinking like in terms of like team fight power, the Asol empowered ult, it's only probably like the power level is just below like Corki's special delivery.
Yeah, probably something like that. But I think the ult is only one part of Asol's kit. For me, it's the E that's really frustrating. So you kind of have a mini Rel ultimate on your E in some senses with the suck in and the debilitating move speed debuff it applies onto people. If you do land that onto the right targets and they don't have a dash, you kind of get screwed.
So we're told that we have a lobby restart because we have some rune issues. So we'll get back right to you while we finish our Radiant Soul conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. You know, players skill issuing, I think, is the moral of the story today. But yeah, no. This is why we won't be seeing any Asol doing things today, but maybe next week. You never know. If it's unbanned and it gets through the ban phase as well, we might get to see some of the derpy Space Dragon in action.
I guess it's derpy. It looks a bit derpy.
Yeah.
Just a bit. It doesn't look super derpy. It's not like what's that dog? Goofy. It's not like Goofy. Is that the dog? Like the.
Yeah.
It's not as goofy as Goofy, but. Yeah. Anyway, any other champions that is different from 30.1?
I'm just trying to think about like changes mostly. It's I think the key takeaway is the ADC itemization. We went over this a little bit with the IE and Navori changes at 40%. I mean, Essence Reaver also did get that buff plus 10 AD for 100 gold extra cost, which has been really big actually. I mean, Essence Reaver Navori on both Lucian and Sivir has been a really good starting 2 items. You can still mix it up with going the Mythic first, but at least having Essence Navori in the build path somewhere for both of those champions gives you the spammability of your abilities whilst not having mana issues anymore, which is really great.
I think Xayah as well, right?
Xayah does this as well, yeah, Xayah does this too. Needs to do that. But for the time being, given the technical stuff going on, we're just going to put to a short break quickly whilst we get everything sorted, and then once we're in the game, once the lobby's hopefully set up properly, we'll be back. Alright, we are back into the game finally. Technical issues resolved, onto the Rift, no players have any problems anymore, and we're here at last. Soaz versus Westminster on the blue side, and Soaz on the red side.
Yeah, already someone died in the game already. I think Lux counted ran to get some turret gold, I believe, using the spell thieves. But otherwise, a fairly standard 5-point as usual. I think now we have information that this is a Nasus mid lane with lethal I don't know the tech. I must say, I do not know the tech. This is the first thing.
That is ambitious. Getting those autos off into that. I mean, I guess into like Zac, maybe if you want to be auto trading versus Olaf later, but no. We did have the Sejuani top at least as one partner, but no, Malphite jungle instead. I guess we'll see what happens. I've never seen, as I say, I've never seen this either.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even see any benefit from it, right? Like because Nasus damage comes from the Q.
Yeah.
And lethal temple, I guess you get the extra auto range.
It's the auto range, yeah. I guess we'll see what happens. What the itemization ends up being.
Yeah, but otherwise, looks like both junglers started on their red side, and Zac is clearing a bit. Oh, actually not doing the crowd, so might try for an early gank in the top lane, as we were talking in the pre-draft, if anyone still remember what we talked about. We did talk about trying to get this Olaf ahead so that he can basically hack through all the tanks on Soaz team.
Yeah, Olaf is going to be a really big point of power. Ragnarok being another big deal about this because all the CC coming off from Sejuani, Maokai, even the Lux, and even Nasus's Wither, for that matter. You just don't care about it, and as long as you're able to keep autoing, keep pressing your E, then you keep the unstoppable duration going on, and you just go keep tearing through the rest of the team, insofar as you're strong enough to do so.
Yeah, look at this right here. Actually, Sejuani running out of mana, actually. Have to probably base soon, and quite low on health as well. Just the early power of the Olaf top lane when you get to pick up your axe and do Qs. Jungler Maokai is going to maybe get ball in here?
I mean, looking for a kill. Lux not actually where they're going to go and for the commit onto Cogmore instead. That will be first blood going over to the Ashe, but maybe a double kill. Caitlyn trying to get the kill to Lux. One more auto will do it, and ends up just being a 2-for-2 trade. Top lane is the next on the menu for Westminster. Zac going to go into the passive, gets the tower dive. Olaf will get the kill, flash away to stay alive, and it's a Zac passive trade for a kill onto Olaf, which is very worth.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Soaz side. Both 1987 and Mimitala fall during that exchange. I think this attributes to like kind of like the weak Cogmore early game that we talked about. And Lux Cogmore is not a combo that I see very often. I must say.
Yeah, no, it's a new one to me as well. But what Lux was able to do early on the lane, just by literally throwing out the E, little bit of chip damage to Ashe and Kate, which basically made the 2v2 when, well, 3v2 even, once Maokai came in, way more successful than it should have been otherwise.
Yeah, I totally agree. Actually, Steampun in mid lane doing actually quite fine. Like Marco Polo actually using up all her mana and just trying to poke out the Nasus, but Nasus having that self-regen innate into the passive. Not gonna fall low enough for any kill threat to happen.
Yeah, not just that, but the Doran shield giving that extra health regen and the extra bonus health regen once you get autoed or hit by any sort of ability coming out from Mari. So a lot of sustain from Nasus. I mean, if you had the fleet footwork, you would have had even more sustain in lane, but no, we have to leave tempo instead. Maokai looking for it again, but warded out by the blue side, so nothing should really come off of that.
Not that I'm having more faith in Nasus now. Like, I'm actually just having more faith. Like, you know, the lane is quite fine, and you can run people down with Ghosts. Top lane, bit of a trade. Actually, Clown and Evenix doing quite well into trying to push this wave in. Not taking too much damage from the Olaf Axis, the Undertow, and not too bad for being one kill behind, actually.
Yeah, the only issue is that Sejuani getting the being able to stall out lane doesn't really end up amounting to anything. You actually kind of need to be putting the Olaf behind in this lane, because if Olaf's just still getting gold, then Olaf's still going to, stylistically, because of how well it does when you have the ultimate, it's still going to be an issue.
Yeah, I agree. Especially into Soa's team comp. So they do want to maximize like the kind of like the pressure points in the lane, but I don't see one. I think I would say the Nasus is like the strongest champion in terms of mid game, just based on how the laning has been going. But I'm not sure how can that translate into like tower platings in the mid lane, where Ari can kind of like clear the waves and pull down basically.
Yeah, I mean, I would really like to see Zac hovering mid a little bit more to give the Caitlyn Nash more safety, because they got punished so early on. Because you can see here, they haven't even tried taking down the first plating yet, even though the lane is absolutely capable, despite the Lux being there to lay down the poke, as you can see there between the Comet and E-Light binding and a Connector, and a little bit more trading coming out of Cogmore's empowered autos. But Cogmore going to take a little bit too much from the snap trap from Caitlyn. One more auto, Nova Shield comes through, blocks the rest of the Ignite Ticks going down on 1987, will actually get out of that one alive.
Yeah, and top lane a big trade. Actually, both ultimates used, I believe. Oh, actually, no. Only Ragnarok. Yeah, only Ragnarok happened to use. And now, Westers are trying to get this dragon. Should be uncontested.
Yep, at the very least, getting the Cogmore to base there gives you complete priority on the bot side. So easy drink secure 7 minutes into the game. A little bit more health regen, I guess.
Looks like Maokai looking at top lane, possibly thinking of a gank, knowing that Ragnarok is down, combined with the Sejuani ultimate, can result in a kill maybe?
Yeah, Glacial Prison, there's the Ghost, trying to make the turnaround. And Sejuani is very low, but I think the slow coming in from Maokai is a little bit too much. Sejuani went back in, and that was not what you wanted to see, because now Olaf gets the triumph. The healing from the passive. Wait, does he actually get out alive, top lane? He gets out alive with the kill!
That is just a disaster. And also, just says how much power Olaf has in this meta, especially into tanks.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, and again, just really proving the point, as you say, into this team, you're just going to have issues with this champion. Sejuani there, I think if they were slightly more patient, let the Maokai finish off the kill, I think Maokai did just about have enough damage to kill, but when you get back into undertow range, you get slowed, you get eased, you're dead.
Yeah, we will never know, but also itemization-wise, Olaf going for that gold ring perk relief. Black Cleaver would be an absolute must-buy in this game.
Maokai, Ragnarok, you don't care about those roots. Another kill to Olaf in theory, but maybe Maokai gets one in return. Undertow actually misses, but you have to go under the blue side turret as we get a little bit of trading into the bot side. 1987 versus Ashe. Cogmore should actually win out on this with the amount of attack speed they have at the moment. So 2 kills going to Cogmore this early is really, really big for this champion, getting the accelerated Rage Blade.
Also well played to 1987, landing altars while Arcade Barrage just really make a lot of damage in that fight there. And actually Cogmore with 3 kills.
Yeah, surprisingly.
So that means Cogmore can become a win condition perhaps. It's just we need some kind of protection for this Cogmore against the angry Olaf.
Yeah. 3 kills to them as well, which is going to be... And double buffs here because of the Maokai kill, so Sejuani's not going to have a very fun time in lane.
Not a very happy pick in the top lane at all.
Although Nasus is actually just going back to mid lane here, we can see it's actually a CS lead over the Ahri. Although, yeah, maybe spoke too soon as they took a pretty bad trade there, but they're absolutely safe. They can base and buy whatever they want.
It's actually a funny thing, like, he's having like 9 CS per minute for now, like, which is pretty insane, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, for a melee matchup into Ahri, and one that's not necessarily the most tenacious in lane, I don't know. I mean, I guess they have the sustain from the passive, but that's about it.
I think it's mainly, it's just Ahri doesn't have a lot of like sustained damage, let's say. More bursty. Like if you have an Orianna or a Azir, or even Syndra, I don't think this is allowed. But it's just really, fun. Like seeing Nasus just casually walk and bonk the minions.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens in the mid game. That's where the main chaos of this game is going to devolve, between the Olaf actually meeting the rest of the teams. Right now, it's still that isolated lane phase, so it's only the Sejuani taking a beating so far.
Maokai over in the lane, maybe trying to gank it, but Ahri very difficult gank when Spirit Weapon's up.
Yeah, so I mean, Zac not actually putting out the most map pressure, has been farming fair amounts still actually farming less than Maokai, as you say. Maokai being one of the few kings of the jungle at the moment, and it's definitely being showcased in this game so far, putting out pressure on the bot side. And yes, they got killed in the enemy jungle, but for the most part, they got a pretty good job.
Gapster starting off the Herald, it seems, using that top lane priority to try to use the Herald maybe to break mid lane or top lane, perhaps.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what happens. Caitlyn's still having CS lead over Kog'Maw in bot lane, but of course Kog'Maw with the kills and now the completed Rage Blade will have a lot of power. Rage Blade actually being the best one-item power spike for Kog'Maw purely because it gets you to trigger your W multiple times, which gives you so much % health damage because it is just max health, it's not missing health unlike the Bork. So this is a lot of damage, but Enchanted Crystara hits 6. Slightly late cleanse, Flash also burnt away. Going back in for another trade, not sure about that one, but Caitlyn really looking to put some pressure onto this. Fiorto's getting laid down. There's that 650 range being put to good use, but gets rooted up by the light binding and actually gets punished for it. Bit of a mispositioning there from Cypher, but yeah, bot side of Somas really stepping up, somehow managing to find advantages in this 2v2.
It is very well played by Mimutala, walking into the rush for the moment, knowing the Q cooldown, the light binding coming up soon, and then just ambush Cypher there with the combined damage of the final light?
Yeah, final spark.
The final spark and the Green Barrage.
Yeah. Knowing the limits of the champions, I think that's what it's really coming down to right now, and the fact that Gavstar has not been able to support the spot lane whatsoever, but does not mean that Westminster are behind at all by any means. Of course, they still have that 500 gold lead, pretty much just because of this Olaf on the top side, and as we keep mentioning, because it really is the big point of strength for their comp, we'll wait and see later how much of a impact the Olaf will make.
Yeah, going to the Stride Breaker, I guess it makes sense when you think the anti just have no damage to kill you, but not my choice of item, I would say. But I think Stride Breaker is fairly common.
Yeah, I think it's the most standard pick you currently have on top lanes because you have the ability to sort of run them down a bit more with the slow you get. And I think part of the principle is you Ghost, you pop Ragnarok, you use Destroy Break to try and get to Kog'Maw faster and kill the Kog'Maw because that's the main threat to you. If you kill the Kog'Maw, then you're not going to have this issue, whereas Gold Drinker you're sustaining, but maybe you don't get to the Kog'Maw as fast and he just shreds you anyway.
Yeah, that does make sense into the standard item build. Dragon goes to the way of Westminster and might be looking for a dive Gapster.
That's a lot of damage to Mimi. Oh, that's just going to be completely shredded. Trying to look for the turnaround. 1987 with so much attack range between tempo and the W, but will get shut down by Gapster in the jungle.
That is very important for Westminster. Having to kind of shut down Kog'Maw, like lay his item farming for a bit. Kog'Maw already quite low on farm. Oh no, actually good slash over the wall.
Yeah, you realize if you keep taking that trade, you will lose. You have no chance as a manaless Sejuani into an Olaf running at you at Mach 20, especially with the Mythic completed. So smart flash.
Back to the mid lane. Seeing Steve Bunner full XP.
138 farm.
Yeah.
This is really impressive, actually.
When I get home, I'm gonna try this. I'm actually gonna try this. This looks so fun.
Not until you get faced with something like an Azir in lane.
Yeah, it has to be counter-pick. I will try this. This just looks so chill. It's so fun.
Just going about. I'm just farming in mid. That's all. Just one of my stacks. Got the Sunder already.
Yeah, and do you think he has proper lethal temple yet? Surely not, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think with the way that the trading has been, Steam Bun has just been like, yeah, put your poke down. I don't care. I'll regen it. I just want stack. Me stack. Life good.
The game is a bit of a lull at the moment. Both jumpers aren't very kind of proactive per se, kind of more opportunistic, looking for missteps. But the issue is mid lane, it's kind of like a non-gamble lane, and top lane is already opened up. So maybe both junglers should gravitate towards the bot lane and see what happens there.
Yeah, I think bot lane is probably the most exploitable, as you say, at the moment, especially with the fact that bot lane can give you priority instead of versus Drake. Does seem like at least Gavster has been playing around the Drake timers. Next Mountain Drake up in 2.5 minutes. Of course, Westminster having the 2 so far. Plan is to get maybe, I mean, it's going to be Mountain Soul actually, which is huge for the Olaf. But the idea is to get that Drake Soul, make sure Olaf's completely unstoppable, and then play the game out from there.
Yeah, seems like 97 and Minsala are able to kind of resist the push now, having quite a lot of AP on Lux already, having that lost chapter and blasting one.
Yeah, still working their way towards Ludens, not quite there yet, but of course support budget. Not much you can do. Unbroadway made much cheaper item. Both junglers in the bot side. A little bit of scouting from the Maokai alien, and of course the Lux. Olaf is also going to say hi. Throw an axe over the wall and leave.
Yeah, not quite sure. Not quite sure why. I think there's quite a lot of things to do. Oh, never mind. There's a party bot lane.
Well, yeah, Temple's coming in. I don't think it's actually going to happen off of it. both sides are just like, yeah, okay, we're in bot lane. We're just having fun, having a little bit of a chill time. Chances Crystal Arrow goes wide, does not connect into the Lux, so no pick there to be made. Top lane being left completely alone. Okay, no, I spoke too soon. Lux Flash going to have to be invested.
Yeah, meanwhile in the lane, nothing has changed.
166 farm now, though.
It's basically
It's basically 10 CS per minute, yeah.
How many stacks does he have? Can observer like
Yeah, I don't know if it's possible at the moment.
It might be not
yeah.
possible.
We'll see. Alright, Rift Herald is available. Drake spawning in a minute or so. I imagine that Drake will be the priority for both teams, trying to prevent stacking for the side of Soaz, and then of course Westminster wanting to continue the stacking. Although Rift Herald's getting started up.
Ooh, looks like Westminster is opting for Herald instead, given...
Oh! Pick onto Olaf. Okay, Wither goes down. I mean, you CC immune now, you run away with Ragnarok. This Nasus actually doing a lot of damage with the Sunder. XD though, unfortunately, diving into the wrong area is going to get picked up by Gavster. Hacking clear now on the tower. Steambun actually just too strong, literally just ran down Hack Nuclear in the top lane, but at what cost is the question we have to ask.
Honestly though, I'm calling it. I think so as well this game already. There's no way. Like Nasus literally just ran the Olaf down. Like for the whole game, we were talking about how
468 stacks. There you go.
468 stacks.
Wow. Yeah, that's really good.
It's really impressive. Like for the whole game, we're talking about like this Olaf will be able to do the counter anti-tank duty, where you build the cleaver, where you build maybe more anti-tank items. But it seems like it's not the case, because you can't get through Nasus who's doing more damage than you.
Yeah, that is the one thing, but the caveat was that the rest of the map got absolutely obliterated during the time that Nasus did get the kill to Olaf, and now you have the setup versus Drake, but it's still a 3v5 collapse. Ash going to be the first one to go down here inevitably. Flashed over the wall, but still shut down by the Nasus there. Cypher getting followed by the Maokai, but not enough damage there to follow. Steambun genuinely looking like a raid boss right now, running them down, actually forcing both the Olaf and the Ari away, and it seems like it'll just be a leash. Gavster tries for the drive-by, but unable to get the secure, and I think Cypher is actually going to go down here, flash forward for the central line to get that kill.
Still going.
Yep, I mean, a bit more of a skirmish. Gavster maybe looking for more. I mean, just on the tail end of this, Steambun still around. I don't think anything more will get picked up. It's just going to be a bit of a wild goose chase to see if Zack's ever killable, I guess. Marco is still extending the trade, but I do think it's about time that they said, let's leave.
Yeah, started off as Westminster tried to secure the dragon, but they just didn't have a
Oh, wait! Oh, shame with the arrow placement there. I think that was almost possible, but Gavster actually just not actually took much damage at all, and now the Nasus is about to get another stack, maybe onto the champion. Here it comes. Come on. Come on, Steambun. You know you want it. Yeah, there it is. Although the passive comes through. I mean, you can still stack this.
So every blob is stacked, right?
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
But you'd have to the queue up multiple times for that, right? I guess the cooldown's not quite short enough yet.
Yeah, okay, so how does Westminster stop this menace of the Nasus? Nasus the menace.
How do we stop that?
I mean, with a stone plate now available, it's going to be increasingly difficult to do so. But no, I think it's actually going to have to be a concerted effort to be able to take Steam Bomb down at this point in the game. You're really going to need to bring down Focus Fire. Olaf plus the bot side, I think, is what you need.
I really don't like what Olaf is building right now. Olaf is building a Death Stance, but look at SOAS team. They're all magic damage. Even the Cornwall has a lot of magic damage in it. So the Death Stance actually have like negative value, I'd say.
The only value you're getting is on kill. Is basically that, and the reduced damage over time, but it's really the on-kill value. Minitala, unfortunately, caught in vision here. Hackney are going to pick that one up.
Well, still got a job done.
Yeah, I think he's out. Yeah.
He's out. I think the issue is like not having Black Cleaver in this your team. Having Black Cleaver maybe allows you to do more damage a bit early on. Getting bullet towards that Infinity Edge. And now having like that Liandry's on Ari as well should be fine against like all these tanks. But again, can you deal with them fast enough when your Portmore is like right behind, having a lot of range, having scaled up quite soon, going for the Bork. Looks like going to Bork now, and I think it seems like I know that Westminster is like SOAS is like in a gold deficit and dragon deficit right now, but the scaling is like so much better.
Yeah. I mean, Cogmore Nasus is the main thing here. Where the gold is not available, it is in the Sejuani and the Malphite. They don't really have that, but they can function pretty well on low econ anyway, just by being bodies and able to provide CCs to the rest of the team. The rest of the team namely just being Steam by 90%. So we'll see. I mean, once that ball gets completed, Cogmore will try for any health bar. But it just seems like they can't even get to Cogmore right now just because of the zoning power of the Nasus.
Yeah, Gavster on the wings, hoping that SOS would group mid and hoping to get an engage off that, but SOS is more smart than that. SOS kind of just got a mid push and probably just going back to silence the farm. Vision wise, I think both teams have done some work. SOS have some deep water in both sides of the jungle actually, which allows to spot those like really sneaky Zac jumping over the walls thing.
Alright, as we say, gold lead still in the hands of Westminster by about 3,000. Again, waiting for the next Drake spawn, but very, very good to stop stacking last Drake on the side of SOAS. They didn't have that, of course this would have been a solid point, but no, they get the mountain up here. And the one thing about the mountain is, because you did not get the first two Drakes, every mountain sold, you get basically 2 extra mountain Drakes available of armor and MR, which is going to make it even harder to kill the Nasus and even harder to kill Cogmore with the lack of armor pen that you already have on Westminster currently itemized. That's not looking good if you let them get any more mountain Drakes.
Both sides are really trying to get positioning for this dragon now. Westminster is securing the bot side entrance, and SOAS has the mid lane pushed out. Ooh, Ragnaron actually forced out right now.
Had to do it. Wither would have completely screwed you over there with the amount of damage that they had available in mid lane, so you have to do that to survive. If you die there, then you lose the fight anyways. It's better that you're alive, but without the ultimate Sejuani though, almost able to get a pick onto Ashe, flashed away to provide to safety, but again, Ashe chunked out, Sejuani being a little bit of a menace here to the zoning power. Threat of the CC.
This might be try to steal from the gas.
Zac's gonna try again. Let's see if they can get the drive by this time. No, too late on the jump through. Didn't actually manage to jump through. Now Hack Nuclear looking to be killed. Nature's advanced there. Okay, Steambon on a rampage in the front line. Zac tries to do something. Steambon gets a double kill. Just immediately picks it up with a lash afterwards. So, you know what? Lethal Tempo Nasus, apparently it's the way. 201 farm continuing to rack up gold.
I'm just so confused right now. I'm so confused. But actually really well played by SOAS. Really good zoning, especially Mimi Tala actually landing that light binding to stop the Zac from jumping over the wall. Now they transition this to a Baron, and the gold is almost even. I think after this Baron, SOAS will be having the goldie for the first time in the game.
I think so. It should give enough. Yeah, there it is. Evening out the gold. Absolutely. And because the gold's even, you just got a mountain. And we already saw what Nasus did without disadvantage that Nasus just got. 3 items now. 4 mail completed. You still don't have armored head. It's just going to be unstoppable, to be quite frank.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one. I think Westminster has to like tussle a little bit, but
also looks like Olaf's building the Spirit Visage, I imagine, next with that null magic.
oh
as
no,
well. So it's just, you're going to do increasingly negative damage, sadly.
that. I don't know what to say. I think Westminster actually just losing to the shopkeeper, losing to Forest.
Yeah.
Trying something after.
Chanti Cristara going to go wide. Gavster now going to take the brunt of 1987's onslaught here, but Steam Bun doing a little damage, popping the stone plate to deny some of that. But you could see that the damage can come through if you're allowed to hit. The problem is, and most of the time they are not actually allowed to have that because, bearing in mind, it was basically just called Born Nasus. Maokai and said he was there. His only tools.
Oh my.
Lux even almost getting the kill onto the no, not Caitlyn, it was the Ari. So, a lot of damage.
That's one other thing about the support item. Like you get so much gold off it. Like where like if it's a normal mid lane Lux, obviously I would have just died. But still a lot of damage. Oh, unfortunate miss.
Still flash, you still get it though. Zach would have been able to connect the little elastic arm there onto Cogborn, and that probably would have been a kill with the follow-up from Cypher with the auto snap trap. But nope, 1987 flashing away, making sure he's safe. Not looking at the gold next itemization, I think. I mean, it could be Runins, it could be the shield throw away and see if the mythic comes through or not. Both items pretty good here.
Yeah, Pistolas is quite. They are kind of like not in an they don't have urgency to actually try to take the towers right now because they know they are the scaling comp. They want to be sure that when they fight, it will be 1 or 2 fights and then the game is over. So I think they're just waiting for more items coming in. So Cornwall currently on 2, probably wait for another one. Nasus, I don't know what Nasus is building now. What builds off a pickaxe? Quite a few things.
There's a lot of things. I mean, could be Starix, could be Death Stance. That's just the 2 things I'm thinking about.
Yeah. I was thinking of Titanic, but I think it's probably not needed, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. But it's still feasible. It would actually give you not actually as much AD as I'm thinking because 4 Mel and something.
Yeah.
Most HP. We'll see what happens in a moment.
I just think what you want is on Nasus is just movement for now, like or to Nasus. Because you already is a raid force, you just need speed.
Yeah.
But I guess you have the ghost, you can kind of neglect that. Sorry, I'm just distracted by this Nasus.
It's a very curious concept, this game. It's working out very, very well for us. In fact, it's probably been the anchor of this game. Outside of that Cosmo and Nox are able to keep up surprisingly well in the late phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Westminster, they have to just. I mean, except for buying the right items, they have to try to make a pick. I mean, I know they have been trying, but try a bit harder, I guess. Like, a lot of people on the side lanes right now. I think it should only be Olaf on the side lanes to try to pressure a side lane tower, while the other 4 people should be grouping together. Because while Caitlyn's does damage, your pick comes from Ari Charm, comes from Ashe, comes from Zac. Like if you have it's not a time to to farm because the other comp skill a lot better and you're just it's a losing game basically.
Need to try and make plays that maybe don't necessarily have the best rate of success, but do them nonetheless in terms of trying to get an advantage at this point because as you say, if you let the game just stall out and play to its natural end, then it's not going to end well. As we can see here, Mountain Drake just going to get the immediately gaps and needs to try and make a dive through now. He wants to steal it, but I think it's just not possible.
Yeah, I'm not. Whoops.
Gets caught by the sapling. Here comes Steam Bun. Here comes Clown. That is another kill for Soas. He caught out yet again, and 3 Mountain Drakes stacked up. That is a lot of armor.
Yeah, it will be troublesome. I do want to see how much armor, like the stats of this of these tanks out of the game. I think probably. Do you think Sojani or Nasus is more resistant?
I think that's especially when ult's done. Ult up,
Yeah.
yes, is 100% does, but I don't know. I guess we'll see. Here we are, 295, 165, and Sejuani, I think, has more at the moment, but yeah, has a stupid amount of armor because of the passive.
Passive, yes.
But yeah, more armor misses. I think probably more armor overall outside of passive.
Is Olaf building? Still not Black Cleaver.
No, it's Titanic.
And I think she's building Rav.
Oh no, it's Rav, yeah, because of the CD. Yeah. You're right. I don't think the lifesteal sustain is what you need. You just need it to roll damage, but that's besides the point at the moment. It's looking dire, and you need to get a pick.
Yeah, look at the vision as well. SOAS obviously has done very well to secure the dragon vision, but also always have that little like pesky ward in the left side of the jungle, and that's a very good ward because that is where Zac can ambush the mid lane. So if you have that covered, well, currently it's being cleared, but if you have that covered, it actually limits Zac's ability to do engages a lot. And now they might be looking to force Baron. I think that might be a good play from Webster.
Worth a try. Flippy, burger flippy. Let's go. Steam bomb straight in first. Get a face check. Take half health. Get stunned up. Still alive. Baron now likewise on half health. Mimitala going for 2. That's a lot chunked down. In fact, Cypher's almost dead. 1987 with the Bio Arcane Barrage trying to look for the damage. Gonna come through. Now the steal is possible for Malco, who's gonna get it. Baltimore with a stray auto secures the Baron, and I think that is doom for the side of Westminster now.
Yeah, SOAS will be able to use his Baron a lot, but the kind of like silver lining is actually Cypher actually got the shutdown from Steam Buns, so that's 1,000 gold. Looking at that Lord Dominus Regards just built fresh off, just got the money to get it, and so in the future fights, it's not too bad because like looking at that fight, it's actually not too bad if they did not get hit by the light binding from Mumitana. It's quite fightable, it looks like, because the Caitlyn's coming online on the third iceman now.
Just got chunked out too much there. You basically died just off of the Lux Burst. Although, having said all of that praise for Mimitala's actually going to get caught out by Enchanted Crystal, Arrow, and drop accordingly.
One thing that SOAS doesn't have in their composition, which is quite crucial, is some sort of control mage. So control mages are so like it's like a staple in League of Legends where you can just say, okay, this zone is a current and no go, but having lacking that zone control, like that just means Caitlyn can position quite freely, like basically kind of free hit all the members except for I would say Cotmore, unless you're doing an ADC duel. So in that regard, it's actually very good for Caitlyn when he gets fed. So Cypher has to kind of like pick up the slack right now. Has to be like, okay, I'm the carry and I have to like dish out the damage in order to melt these tanks and team fights.
Yeah, gonna be waiting on the next few fights around objectives at this point. I think the key point of power is going to be who gets the soul in the end. This next streak going to be very important in the next minute, and then if the game doesn't completely devolve by then, would be the Elder fight ensuing after the soul is collected.
Yeah, I do think it is time for Westminster to try to contest this Drake. Drake is up in 35 seconds, but Westminster is just not in position right now, which is worrying for them. They don't have the wave control, they don't have the vision, they have nada. They have nothing right now.
Just about the one ward there in the pixel brush. Everything gonna get revealed by Cloud. You know, everything's set up, 13 seconds till it spawns. Total control by SOAS at this point in the game. Westminster looking for an opening.
Yeah, trying to infiltrate through the tri-brush. Trying to get an opening. Should be able to if they're brave enough, but they just kind of back off.
I think sacking this is not the greatest idea. Gavster maybe just looking for his steal instead and thinking, okay, we can't full commit. If we full commit, we lose the game. So that's Playing very safe, making sure it's out of the pit. Zach has to rear its head for a proper drive-by. Hasn't started channeling the last extinction yet. It's just going to be too late. Manages to get the miracle steal. Gavster saving the day for this Westminster lineup, but B taking a lot of damage, might be caught out soon enough. I mean, if enough people drop, then it may not actually matter. XD gets the engage, goes forward. Marco, the next target. Cypher actually doing a lot of damage right now. That's that LDR coming into play, but alright. So as looking for more, seeing if they can try and get something back with Gavster not being around.
Yep, with Hacknick there just recalling back to base, they should be able to hold the Twin Towers, and looks like so as know that as well. I'm just going to back off now. Overall, big net positive for Westminster, even though they have lost inhibitor. Denying that mountain so important. I can't stress this enough. And we can see, like, we were talking about like how much damage Caitlyn was dealing, and yeah, Caitlyn is 5 items. Caitlyn will be very scary for any of the SOAS members.
It's actually going to be a Bork coming next for the Caitlyn, trying to get as much percent health shred, which I think is actually probably the correct decision. Even if you don't get the crit here, you'll probably end up dealing more damage to the frontliners, lay down a few ultis, and even get the move speed buff, the effect on their much needed damage. So now it's really going to be preserving Cypher as the main focus, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree. Bork is a very good adaptation right here. Oh, actually, 1987 have that Randuin's completed, go for a bit of a frontline Cotmore maybe.
Just wants the survivability really. I mean, Randuin's having the crit reduction as well, giving you the longevity into even Caitlyn itself. So, stray auto may not necessarily completely screw you over, although not having the shield bow yet for the extra sustain on the shield is also, you know, it is what it is. I mean, you get an probably you get more of the wall tagginess from one item with the Randuins, but getting a mythic online soon will be really good because shield bow also gives you the passive health.
Yeah.
So we'll wait and see until that comes online.
It's like once you get a shield where you get like 250
Yeah,
health right away. Yeah. And looks like Baron should be the next battleground, but I think both teams haven't really like made a concerted effort to commit into it. We see Westminster already have some vision done there. Mimitala here to clear the path for SOAS. Looks like both teams are trying to converge into the Baron pit now.
Hackney, they're trying to clear out a little bit of vision, can't step too far or will end up being picked up. Clown there, spotting out the Olaf. So as continuing to drive back Westminster. Hawkshot going to go through and provide a little bit more vision, but with the supers pushing in mid lane, so as have the whole setup and the Baron will begin.
Looks like they are just giving it. I think it's a missed opportunity, especially with a Caitlyn on 4 items there.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit too scared with the way that Nasus is hovering mid, and the fact that you do have to keep beating back super minions, because otherwise the wave comes in, maybe you commit too hard on that, and then Nasus just kind of wins the game. But now you're going to have the issue of having to deal with those super minions buffed up by Baron in this exposed mid lane anyway.
Yeah, I think. Ooh, engagement.
Straight onto B. B's just going to get shut down immediately. Steambun really looking for Cypher, recognizes this is the problem, but goes a little bit too deep. Gargoyles to get out of there, enough move speed, and now Olaf going down, a double kill for SOAS. I think this is just it. Steambun doing far too much damage to these towers, and I think game 2 of this season of LU is going to go straight down to SOAS. I know it's not over just yet, so maybe Cypher can make a comeback. Damage coming through. Pokemon yet to really be damaged, so I don't think it's possible, but we'll have to wait and see. Cypher still able to lay damage. Caitlyn's still alive. You have the whole wave to deal with and 3 players, but maybe you can make the comeback happen. Cypher getting 1 kill. Unfortunately, Cogmore is on the base though, so even if you get the Maokai, I think it's going to be too late. Wait, they stepped on a trap! They stepped on a trap! No!
Wow!
Wait, hold on, it's not over. Oh no, wait, actually maybe it is minions. Wait, no, B has to be able to stop the minions. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, the minions coming out. It should be
No,
able
B
to
stalls
stop.
it. They're alive! No! How are they alive? How did this happen?
Wow, that is most unexpected, honestly. Well, Westminster lives to fight another day, and despite all the mid him is gone, the twin turrets are gone,
it's actually still playable because sometimes when we say unplayable positions, will be like if you have 3. Never mind, TV coming in.
Oh, okay. There's no way. Come on. There's no way Sejuani can't do this. You have a whole health bar to burn through. Wait, no, wait. Sejuani's going back. What am I watching?
He tried. Importantly, Mountain Soul is up again, so I assume both teams will try to fight for it. Cypher just respawned, so we'll probably not be faster in the fight if SOAS start the dragon right away.
I think it's all Gavster again because you're having to push back waves in base, so you're relying on his axe steal.
Yeah, I think this time Gavster should not go to steal because with an open Nexus, you just lose. So I think they're making the right call.
Still on the side, looking for Enchanted Crystal. Goes through, still gets it! Actually gets the soul off of that, but he still sacrifices. Wait, flash over the wall. I don't think you get out. But that's like skin shot over. Actually, Zac isn't dead. NASA's now actually going to die in the side because it's 1v3. And at this point in the game, you don't have that lead. So Sejuani doesn't have the damage to kill Zac. You get away with the Drake and a kill on the Nasus in the side lane.
I take back what I said. That was insane. Like, you get the steal and also get out. Well played. Well played. And the game is, like, more alive than ever. So the real game has just begun.
Yeah, now it is truly anyone's game. Somehow the choke of the century might have happened, but it is not the choke of the century yet until it's over. There is still an Elder coming up in 5 minutes, and that will be all to play for.
Yeah, that will.
Actually, it's a Baron first. That's the first objective in 2 minute 40, but still, Elder is really the final objective because Baron potentially, let's say Westminster get it, they might not necessarily need to do as much pushing. They probably can't end the game based on the amount of turrets that SOA still have up, but Elder absolutely is game winning.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And we'll have to see what Westminster decide to do right now. So you got your full item on Caitlyn, so maybe you want to donate more farm into your Ari right now. Just funnel a bit more, try to get maybe another item, maybe an Hourglass or a Stopwatch or something. Prepare for that intermediate battleground of Baron. Westminster can also choose to not contest the Baron and only focus on the Elder fight. Look at the map now. SOAS has basically complete control in terms of vision, so that should be Westminster's aim. So if, say, SOAS go to do Baron, while Westminster is able to clear all the wards and then put some vision control over the Elder, I think it's not the worst. But let's see, timing-wise, I believe Baron is like 2 minutes, and you have like a 30-second window before Elder spawns.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think Baron is about that, so there is potentially a double objective window, but we'll wait and see what happens. Still not time for that. Yeah, we'll take it as it comes. So as looking to lay some siege down onto this inhibitor, just pushing in with the wave that's concurrently into the base. Cypher setting up the line of snap traps, still yet to be level 18, but now importantly, one thing we haven't necessarily talked about enough is the fact that Mountain Soul did come through, and they all have that little shield on them. So situations like previously where maybe one member gets caught out by a little bit of burst, that is much less significant now. Obviously, still going to take a lot of damage, and it is still damage that you have to bear in mind, but being able to reduce a little bit of that is very relevant, though I think it's a hit.
Ooh, fight here.
Nasus straight away getting a lot of damage coming down. Actually, wait, they land on Cypher. That might be it. Nasus with the flash Q. Execute effectively onto Cypher. That's going to seal the deal. No Caitlyn, no damage for the side of Westminster. And that will be the game. Almost the choke of the century after the Mountain Soul got stolen from you. But no, SOAS still managed to bring back the game and will be winning game 2.
That is like one of the best games I have seen. Like the Nasus mid, like, and on all that shenanigans happened. And honestly, I thought Westminster could come back. I think they had a real shot.
It was genuinely possible. You know, in that last fight, if Caitlyn doesn't get hit by Maokai W, there is a world where Nasus is not able to land the flash Q because of distance. And then Caitlyn with 650 range traps just autos down every single champion. I can conceive of that. Problem is, it didn't happen, got caught out. It is really a matter of you just have to position perfectly. And it's so much execution pressure from the teams, especially in that sort of thing. You know, the mental pressure you have, especially after such a moment, I mean, must be massive.
Wow, I mean, both teams did. I think it's like kind of a mental game. Like both teams just have to play this this, I think it's like, what, 40 minutes game?
45 roughly.
Yeah, 45-minute
45.
game.
Yep.
And it does show. And I think it's a fun game for both teams in the end. Like,
Yeah.
both teams have their fun, I think.
Yeah, exciting. I mean, you got to see the success of Lethal Tempo Nasus mid winning a game. And I don't think you'll get to see that very often. But anyway,
Yeah.
for the moment, that is game 1 and 2. You've seen a little bit of each of the 4 teams, but for the time being, we'll throw it back to the ad break, and then we'll be with you the next game once that's finished. Hello and welcome back to the 2023 edition of the London University Esports Tournament. Of course, back with myself, Takura, and Cookie, here for Game 3 between Westminster and LSE. Players have decided to plunge this in draft immediately, so we're going to have to go into draft immediately. Zareth being the first ban again. We're seeing this in all 3 games. So
Yeah, I'm not sure what the fuss is about, but I guess Seraph is just really popular nowadays, which I'm not noticing that. But we have more standard bans. We have Amumu, which is quite a popular jungler nowadays.
and
Darius,
support as well.
Yeah, and support, yeah, for sure. Darius and Swain, they're both from Noxus, so that might be some kind of I don't know why these 2 bans are put together. I assume they're target bans, and Pantheon comes in as well. Annie is the one that we haven't talked about. Annie recently have a mini rework.
Basically, Tibber's got beefier, I think, is the main takeaway from it.
Yeah.
So, Unga Bunga's going to lock in the Shen first. Instead of Rumble this time, going to be, I guess, playing a bit more of a supportive role to keep the rest of the team going, and then Trundle for the jungle.
Yeah, and for LSC, for Westminster, they have picked Jax and Zac. So, Jax is what I want to see, but also Shen is kind of like quite good at dealing with Jax because with the Shen W, you negate all the auto attacks, and auto attacks is all the damage that Jax provides. And we do see Corki in the mid lane, a bit more scaling into the Syndra, which is more a mid-game champion.
Yeah. I mean, Syndra now has the huge amount of burst ability between the way that her scaling works now with the fragments that you get. So when you get, I think it's 120 fragments for the ult upgrade, if I remember correctly, you get an execute on the R.
100 for the ult.
Is it 100 for the ult? And then it's 120 for the percentage
extra
increase.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I'm a bit of a Syndra enthusiast, that's why I know that. And we again have Caitlyn Ashe in the bot lane. Caitlyn Ashe, obviously very oppressive, but we have Samira Rakan. I love this. So Rakan
I've seen this a lot.
Yes, Rakan is still an enchanter because in this meta it's kind of like ADCs and enchanters in terms of like your support picks. And having Samira with a Rakan knockup, so Rakan is like a semi-enchanter with engaged abilities. So this is amazing because Samira needs those knockups in order to like cycle her passive.
Yeah.
And this would be quite amazing because Samira is one ADC that I think we didn't talk about ADCs that much. Samira is one of them that has seen a lot of like play in solo queue.
Yeah, it's a lot of benefit out of being able to itemize IE second, actually, for the most part, because you can go Shilbo IE. Which is because previously Samira tended to have to get some sort of high AD secondary item. Tended to be Collector in the past, sometimes LDR, but it did tend to be Collector, which is fine as a 2-item spike, but having IE as your second item spike is vastly, vastly better for this champion.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. So, comp-wise, what I see when I see LC, I see lacking damage. I don't think they have kind of like actually enough damage to deal with the Zac jumping in and the Jax.
At least in early game. Once Corki gets some items down the line, and the same goes with the bot side, that's fine. But in the early game, you really are kind of sitting around almost, except for the bot, which can get push. So the way I read this is simply Visual and Reckless Jam playing with counter roll again, but this time perhaps more aggressively than the last time around, and then I guess we'll see what Zac ends up trying to do. Last time Zac was quite passive in the early game, I dare say. So hopefully more of an adaptation, trying to be more proactive, and maybe, I think, honestly, the Corki is probably a point of exploitation.
I think both teams, Corki maybe, but I think bot lane is like the bigger battleground for me.
I think both junglers will just try to go bot lane as often as possible. It's just a party lane, especially when you have drafted Shen. Like LSE will be loving like the bot lane fights, but also I would say Westminster will also love these bot lane fights just because they have the better skirmishing champions. So even though you have an extra Shen, if we are able to bring down the Syndra, that evens out the numbers, and also Jax can keep do his thing, keep pushing. So I don't know who wins out on this. It might be down to execution, down to maybe some. I don't actually know. It really down to as I was saying, it's down to execution, and unless you're saying maybe we change it into exploiting Corki for Westminster, that will be like a trade in pressure. Syndra obviously have a lot of like damage, so all Zac has to do is like land enough CC for Syndra to put down 3 kills and an ultimate, basically.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's kind of how the game will go. I think anyway.
No, I agree with you. At the end of the day, when it comes down to League of Legends, it really is about execution. There are advantages you can occur in draft. If we take the example of last game, for example, Olaf, stylistically, from a pure draft perspective, does so well into that team. The problem was that this Nasus was getting roided, and Olaf couldn't deal with that at all. After the Nasus got maybe 3 kills, the huge CS lead, and the amount of stacks they got in lane, because Ari just wasn't able to do anything. And then Olaf not being ahead enough, got run down a few times, and then there it went.
So down to execution also, but Trundle will have the earlier kind of like advantage. Like if we just strictly talk about the first 5-6 levels, where Trundle is just a better damage jungler, so should have the early pressure. May be able to do something together with maybe the Shen. I don't know. I don't want to speculate because you have Shen and Corki, 2 top laners. Although Shen is good in the 1v1, I don't think Shen is particularly good in the 2v2s. So we have Shen and Corki. Trundle wants to do things, but there's no maybe like openings. Maybe with the Ashe. Maybe with the Ashe to spot out where to invade, and Ashe can come around. So let's see what they do, because that is very interesting.
I would also be interested to see the exact build that Shen ends up going, because there have been 2 ways of going it. You can either go the Heartsteel for the Heartsteel Titanic for damage and health stacking to be more tanky, or Radiant Virtue as a very interesting adaptation, because the way the Radiant Virtue works on Shen is the healing triggers after the ult cast finishes. So you come in, you ult down, you want to be ulting on low health, you get the big shield at low health. Then you heal them up because Radiant Virtue gets increased effectiveness at low health, which is the more supportive variant of being able to play Shen, but it can really make it very frustrating for the opponent to focus down a single target when you have Stand United available.
Yeah, that's spot on. I have nothing to add to that. So both teams have again gone for a conservative 5-point. We haven't seen an invade tonight actually in all our games we were looking at. Again, kind of trade wards, a ward put on the ram and the river, quite standard. Looks like Trundle is starting. Haven't decided yet. It's just standing in the middle of a lane, deciding where to start. Might be probably going bot. So both junglers starting bot side, which is not what I expected, because they might be doing this purely because of they have a bigger leash, or because the champions have just works much better with red buff. But yeah, as we were talking, we do think the battleground is around in the bot lane. So in this case, I would just say Ashe and Kaylin will just have the early push in, and we'll have to probably wait till around level 6 where Rakan unlocks the ultimate, unless junglers are willing to say, I'm just gonna reverse clear and do that. Yep, Shen early trading with the Jax. Shen is a very good at level 1 champion. Basically the Q, what is it called? What's the Q called? Shen Q?
Oh god, it's
High Blades.
No,
High Blades?
no. Key barrier is the passive. It's not. I can't remember the exact Q names. You have
but
Spirit's
Hack Nuclear.
Refuge on the W, but Hack Nuclear stacking up tempo. Level 2 went down first, so we'll win after that. Did take Counter Strike level 1, so now having your Q available.
Wow, it is a. You see that initial kind of like trade that goes towards Shen, but Shen just didn't auto the minions enough, I think, and because and
waiting for too much damage onto Jax. Ooh, that was close.
Nearly got that, but actually, they did see Kanoro actually. Kanoro is spotted by the ward in the brush. So that W, if I recall, is very surprising.
Either way, though, I mean, actually, really interesting clear. They just decided to clear bot side to go straight back down to bot. I guess to ensure that you can get this crash onto tower safely. Now it's going to go to the top, but it does mean that your farm is a little bit stunted for the safety you gave your bot lane. But either way, definitely Caitlyn Ashe things right now. I mean, just Caitlyn in general being able to provide this smoke damage.
And Syndra stacking those splinters onto Corki. Actually, Corki being able to push is quite interesting to me. I think Syndra definitely has the advantage in lane. Bot lane suffering a bit, Cypher and B not having the greatest times. First plating taking a 3-minute 30.
It's very early. Let's see what happens. B does land Battle Dance. There's that knockup you're talking about. Samira passive, able to lay a bit more damage onto Caitlyn. Gonna pop the pot there as a response, but very, very good to get a little bit of pressure back.
Yeah, very important to make sure like you have some sort of kill threat onto like your the Ashe, like the poke lanes, because when you do a couple of trades, then you get the kill pressure. Then the poke lane has to recall. That's how you alleviate the poke pressure.
As you see, they're having to recall now after that one, because you realise that, well, you know, we don't exactly we did with spot Zac topside, but they have to spend gold the longer you stay there. If you recall later, the Zac's going to be on recall. You're going to have issues. So it's a perfectly fine recall here, but again, alleviates the pressure. Now you don't have to deal with sitting on the tower being bullied by the team.
Actually going call visual there. Yeah, I guess I agree. Like Caitlyn, you don't really have a mid game spike. I do think Caitlyn is a 3-item champion rather than a 2-item champion. So
still gets the minions.
Still got to get it.
For a second there, I was about to say, yeah. Saved.
Just saying, like, CSing on Shen is so painful.
When
like,
you don't have your Q up.
Yeah, it's so painful. And you can't use the Q too often because you will run out of energy. And like, that's like one of the reasons. Like, I used to play Shen a lot. I played support, played top, play jungle. But it's just too painful. Like, oh my god, look at that. Like, he was wondering it. Like, it is so painful CSing with a champion. Like, before you get a Titanic Hydra, it's just pain and suffering. That's why I went away from that champion. Actually, is Hack Nucleus going for freeze here?
I mean, we don't know yet. I mean, it seems like it's being held on that side.
Yeah,
Shen having to burn a TP, so
I think it was like using a Counter Strike to
hold the minions,
to force a freeze, which pretty well for Hack Nuclear, but not too big of a deal. Ingeborg just teleport back to the lane. Both junglers clearing. I really like jungle camps, which is the opposite of what I think Zac and Trundle should be doing. Yeah. But if both of them are doing the same thing, then I guess it's kind of even out. Not a big deal, both sides. Are there any kind of like... I'm actually really confused about melee, where Ingeborg is dashing away from the Counter Strike. Not a big deal.
I mean, it's the level 65 right now. I don't think you want to be taking too many aggressive trades.
Yeah, it should be sitting a bit further back, unless you have W up and your Spirit Blade is like next to you.
Not that your Shen will necessarily power spikes you in lane at all,
yeah,
but you know, that's besides the point.
Mid lane is a bit of a problem for Westminster actually. As a Syndra, you shouldn't be that. Actually, like Syndra is the Corki, like it's very Syndra favorite. And Syndra, because you need to like you need to spike in a mid game. You really need to be pressing advantage and not losing CS into Corki. Dragon getting started though.
Yeah, we're gonna see what happens. I mean, well, all I'm seeing is the top fight, unfortunately. So I have no idea what's going on at Drake whatsoever right now. No one engaged to fight. Visual stepping up a little bit. Gavster there gonna yank Canna roll back, but no blood drawn.
Yeah. In the end, the first Ocean Drake is actually really good for laning. I think that's a pretty common like talking point where first Ocean Drake helps you laning a lot. Wow, that's an aggressive.
That's
Valkyrie.
first strike gold.
Yeah.
There is gains a lot out of that. I mean, gonna take a little bit of trade afterwards. But I mean, if you got your gold from first strike and you leave out alive, then it's fine.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the runes when we got into the game, and Syndra usually takes first strike. Electrocute is like a kind of old school option. Like some challenger millennials take Electrocute because they like the lane pressure, but I do think first strike for most players will be like a better investment, especially when you get into that mid game one shot range where you can use all your buttons and
Yep.
just kill one person. The first strike actually has a lot of value. Gas in the bot lane.
Oh, still latches that onto Caitlyn, and that's gonna get the kill onto Visual for sure, almost definitely. Ignite down first, but over to Rakan, sadly. Not who you wanted to donate the gold over to, but nonetheless a kill onto Caitlyn.
Yeah, nonetheless, it's still a kill, and also, as we were saying, alleviate that pressure, alleviate that poke pressure, allow Samir to actually farm. Not that he's farming poorly, but allowing him to just clear the waves and just, you know, get to that 2 ice and pass like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit bad, the slight extension there onto Zach's arm, but it was latched on before the Caitlyn was able to get out of range properly, I think, so looked like more of an extension than it actually was. Get a plate in return, and now, yeah, this lane is changing a lot as a result of that kill, which is really, really good for Westminster. See what they end up trying to do on the rest of the map. I mean, this Herald's going to get contested. It's going to be 2v2. Corki not actually able to be there, so Syndra with the roam first means that Westminster will be able to get the Herald.
Yeah, not that Corki could do much, honestly. Corki, with only like a tier and a longsword, not doing much in these. Actually, might be in trouble.
Okay, flash available, but I think Scott's still. Ooh, no unleashed power.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was enough damage to kill.
No.
So he was just waiting until the W hit to unleash the power. 1 second later, but good flash by Ostrich.
Yeah, staying alive and mana moon now. But, I mean, the whole goal of Corki now is to get you 2 items and then you can play the game. Visual, just playing a little bit too far forward. This is the weakness of this lane. You have to realize now that the Samira Rakan lane got a little bit more power off the last game. You cannot be staying as far up as safely as you were able to beforehand.
Yeah, it's Rakan is as we were saying, it's like enchanted but also engaged champion, like very annoying. When you play these like double ADC lanes, like both players have to be. Never mind, you have to try. Oh, there's no minion for him to do the stretchy arm thing.
I'll have to get that one. I mean, if you do get the Corki there, I think it is probably a kill. Plus, it depends on where the Valkyrie goes. But you latch that, you might be able to get a scatter, and you still have the unleashed power from earlier. But of course, Corki was full health, and Syndra doesn't have that much AP yet, so.
Yeah, it's Syndra. The Syndra spike is like when you get what is that magic penetration boost called? Sorcerer's Boost. Sorcerer's Boost. When you get Sorcerer's Boost and Luden's Echo, you basically one shot like any squishies on the board. If you get first strike, I think Electric will probably do the same thing.
Yeah.
So usually you want to accelerate the time you get there. So that's why the early game for Syndra is so important. But now, not having... Actually, I think Syndra CS is fine. It's just like Ostrich is doing really well with CSing. Like 10 CS per minute on Ostrich.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to finish your cull soon. Just,
Yeah.
Basically, Corki's just playing the econ game between that first strike. Really, probably the only thing like keeping the gold lead a little bit closer, because there are CS deficits, a pretty big one in the top lane at least. So.
I guess luckily for Shen, it's like Shen is not very CS reliant. In fact, it is kind of acceptable that you lose a bit of CS because if you ultimate, well, I mean the timings for like Shen to stand united, like there are timings where it's not your choice, where you have to use stand united to win that skirmish, and there are timings is where you can do offensively, where you push out a wave and then do stand united. The more defensive ult you do, like the more CS you lose basically.
Pretty much. Sometimes you have to make that sacrifice for the team. Few trades here in that little confrontation in the jungle. Kind of all getting out of that one without burning Summoner, but of course the Ashe ultimate invested. Hextech Drake getting started up, not just yet, but being set up around by Westminster. LSE still in the vicinity, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I do think Westminster should get this one.
Samira's not there yet, so it's going to take a bit of time. I think there'll be a little bit more jostling. Corki, both mid laners now moving down.
Actually, the special delivery is on for Ostrich.
Yes,
well, let's see how he handles that.
I think Westminster just attempting to stall out Corki package right now, I think is the goal. Although they're going to go in with Zac, so Corki does have this available. Actually able to use it into 2. That's a really good engage for LC. Gavster going to go down into the passive first. Canaro getting knocked up, but the knock up from Shen, not the Shen, sorry. The storm from the Shen is going to be able to stop that from happening, but still gets the Inferno trigger onto Flyway. Cypher's doing so much damage right there, only gets 1 kill. Nevertheless, Beat next on the target, next on the chopping block, Visual. Moving forward, another auto down, Q to hit, Hack Nuclear TPing in from the top side. Should be able to take the kill onto Visuals. It's going to be a trade back a little bit. Wait, you went the wrong way. Okay, no, jumped over the wall. It's fine. Still a double kill. And I think Unga Bunga is actually in a little bit of trouble with the way he's taking tower shots, but we'll get out either way. Main thing is that Corki got 2 kills, and so did Jax, I guess. So it is a balanced outcome for both teams.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say overall, I think the 2 kills on Jax is probably more impactful. Corki needs that. Yes, needs 2 items, but also have to. But also, the 2 kills on Jax means that he has this immediate advantage. While the 2 kills on Corki doesn't materialize until the mana mule is stacked, I think. So Jax with the gold advantage could be even more aggressive on the side lane. Try to take the platings without without diving Shen maybe. But obviously you would get taunted, but all that. But that's another story. But the main story here is Trundle ganking mid lane.
Oh, being shot to Chris Lara from bot lane. That's another kill onto Corki, most likely. Ostrich mid's going to go 3-0-1. And now Corki is becoming to be a bit of a damage threat from LSE with all the gold that's been invested into the champion.
Yeah, and it's really a menace because once you get the Ludens, once you get the Manning together, it's very hard for Westminster to walk up into secure lane priority. For example, like before Dragon, usually teams want to step up into secure vision to push out the lanes. If you have a Corki, stand your ground, shoot your missiles, and then the other team realizes that, okay, we actually can't do that because we will take too much damage. And that's kind of the power of Corki, especially with the special delivery. Every Dragon you usually have it. And from the last fight, it shows me that Westminster doesn't really know how to play against the special delivery. So might be an issue. But I do have my hopes for Hack Nuclear. Having 2 kills on the Jax should be able to be a monster in the side lanes.
Yeah, acted as the cleanup crew for that last fight, able to pick up the leftovers of LSE, and making really good use of that. Of course, the CSD built up over Shen, which is understandable. It's fairly free lane for Jax if Shen doesn't, get a really big advantage early from you taking bad trades, because that's when Shen can get an advantage over the Jax. But alas, that didn't happen. So Hack Nuclear, as you say, in a very good position. We'll wait until see the team fight positioning, because the only problem with this investment being Hack Nuclear is that for these Dragon fights in the mid game, he's not always going to be able to beat them.
Yeah, for sure. It's sometimes even kind of beneficial for Jax not to be there. Yeah. It's so important for Jax to be able to open up a silent to push later on.
Get XP,
yeah,
in fact.
Yeah. It's actually quite sad seeing what Syndra is building. Going for the Leandri's Tommen. Not the item you want on Syndra, really. Syndra is all about that burst damage, punishing missteps, punishing squishies, such like an Ashe going for maybe misstepping and you can just one-shot that, or Caitlyn. Going for Leandris, you don't actually have enough damage, and Leandris have very little value here as well, given that you don't really especially want to be hitting Trundle or Shen. You want to be hitting the Corki or the other 2 members.
Yeah, you're wrong the teams to get the executions, which is obviously, of course, the still does the damage, but it's not going to apply the same benefits as otherwise. As the Rift Herald gets dropped to mid lane, we'll be back to mid in a second. Yep, there we are. Tower will go down. It happens. Alright, Corki level 12 now, and still firing off these big ones. Mana Moon almost completed as well. So I'm just going to make that a little bit of damage. Wait, Ostrich going in for it. Wait, hold on, that's a lot of damage!
Well, that is not what I expected. I guess because he hasn't finished Manimune, but it's just the Ludens damage.
Yeah, that was it. And with that, LSE actually get the Drake off of the kill, complete dominance in this river here. And that is a second Drake stacked up. Really good position. I mean, it is all centered around the Corki. You do actually have to play for this champion now, because you have zero, and it really is 0 gold or power in the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think I take it back. Where I say the 2 kills are good on Jax, the 2 kills were so good on Corki.
Yeah.
The 2 kills are so good on Corki, and it is an issue where Westminster has to deal with now. They
Alright, well, they're going to give a try. I think they get this pick onto Ashe immediately. Cypher doing a little bit too much. Still full health. Visual cannot stay whatsoever, lest be killed again by the bot lane of Westminster. The bot lane of Westminster, though, again and again, seeming to get that advantage.
Have I seen a Stan United yet? I think I haven't seen one.
We've seen one. We went to bot lane earlier on, but there was only one usage of it.
Okay, cool. I was gonna say it wouldn't work against Stan United, but it did work out. They did have enough damage to like burst through everything. I think Westminster really needs to play away from the Corki for now. Like, just say only either diving Gen or like going for those bot lane skirmishes with knowing that Corki is like in mid lane or somewhere else. If you play away from Corki, I think there's a good chance where you can use a strong Samira, having the actually go.
Still right time. I was gonna pack it straight into mid lane. This is so much burst from Corki.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Mana Moon now completed, of course. That's the extra. Cole's still not sold yet. Obviously, of course, you didn't need to sell it if you have the item. You're not completing any items. You have the Ludum completed beforehand. So you're just holding on to it until the next time you need to finish an item to sell that item.
Honestly, I'm semi-convinced that if Syndra had Ludens, then he could maybe trade. But anyway, that doesn't matter anymore. The thing that matters is actually Samira is going for Collector instead of going for the straight IE. So, which is interesting to say the least, I think.
I mean, the one idea about the Collector is I guess you get a little bit more golden kill. So I think that's the main positive I see. But I think IE just does more damage in every single other feasible way.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. And also, I don't like. I mean, is Radiant Virtue the only mythic that we're counting against?
No.
Yeah.
Australia's.
Yeah. I don't like Radiant Virtue. I think, especially after the nerf to the healing that your allies get, I think it's just not worth it.
It's also quite expensive for support to be buying anyway, but there's the charm onto the Corki. If you can get something onto the Corki, maybe you can get something, but Cypher was stunned up by Reckless Chan. Boom was there to support, and no kills to either side.
Yeah, good use of Stan United, like just basically just, again, this is like a defensive Stan United. Obviously maybe not for this game, but because LC have a strong Corki ahead already, but can think about those like combos where you offensively use Stan United, like having Trundle run to dive towers where you Stan United, or having actually your special delivery, like a package, and together with Stan United can be really strong as well. Looks like they're trying to pressure off this bot tower now. What the Corki bot lane? Probably using to harass and force Westminster off the tower.
Yeah, just Samira and Rakan can't really get a counter engage off onto them, but Corki continuing to scale up very, very nicely. Ravenous Hydra soon to come. And then, of course, next play around will be that Mountain Break. Again, Mountain Soul, huge resistance is very, very beneficial to even a team for a variety of reasons. Cypher would love to have the extra resistances when going in with an Inferno trigger. That extra lifesteal we're getting. I mean, Samira next patch will have the lifesteal effectiveness of Inferno trigger nerf actually, because it is quite. It's giving her a lot of sustain in the meta at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if you are an ARAM enthusiast, you will know that Samira moment feeling. Like you just like dash in and heal off everything, just pressing R. It's very satisfying, but understandably kind of overtuned, given that Samira can go shield bow IE right now. Otherwise, the game is a bit. Both teams seem quite content waiting for objectives to happen. I do feel like Westminster has to be a bit more concerned. Like, have to make a bit more picks. You have the tools. You have the you have Zac, Elastic Slingshot. You have Rakan, the Grand Entrance. There are tools for you to make picks, and I think they're missing out on an opportunity to not do that.
I mean, one thing you can try and play around is when this Jax actually hits the Bork power spike, which won't be too long as you have the 3 main components for it. So when Hack Nuclear has that item, maybe try and play around and go for something there when you have that extra damage. But first, we'll have a few battle lines drawn at this Mountain Drake. Shen basing, making sure he can get a little bit of extra itemization power in before inevitably ulting it.
Yes, I believe Ostrich doesn't have special delivery, doesn't have the package. No. So this could be quite fightable for Westminster actually.
I mean, that's so much poke damage. Look at the big ones of the hack nuclear. Just zoning off the team right now. Stalling out a little bit would be a bit risky to just start. I mean, he does really need to regen a few of these missiles because he's using them up quite liberally. But Westminster yet to engage. It seems like Westminster just going to try and get mid instead and leave Gapster to try and make another Miracle Steal.
That's a bit premature.
Yeah, seems like it.
Yeah, he knows the tech. I think this is a good trade. This is a good trade for Webster. There's no need to like fight getting this is actually good.
I mean, he's still gonna go for it, I think. Gets caught on the Caitlyn trap, unable to move in further, so unless he secure the Drake, put that down to Soul Point, but of course, I think the inhib might even get opened up, so we can't see it right now, but all Zach needs to do is stop back, so yeah, they're gonna get this.
Might be punished if they decide to engage.
Stay too long, yeah, I mean, Ostrich available, I mean, Unlibans has to land something realistically.
Yeah, that should be fine. Gav's in
okay,
a bit of trouble.
I think Gavster's gonna be the one paying for, oh, the flash over the wall.
The flash is probably a mistake because you have TP on Syndra. Like if you go into your passive, you can just at worst just burn a TP rather than flash.
I guess it depends on what you value more at this point in the game, so arguable. But I think maybe with the fact that your team's retreating, doesn't matter. Gavster got out of that one alive, so I think it's a fine trade. The only thing you have to now think about is the fact that if LSE get Mountain Soul next time, oh boy, yeah, it's not gonna be fun trying to kill a Corki.
Yep, like you do want to kill a Corki, but it might be hard. But there's
like this triple chain vest, not a chain vest, a triple
triple cliff armor.
Yeah.
But sometimes people have the Corki syndrome where where they kind of just package into like 5 people, and that could happen.
True.
But otherwise, it's Corki has the 3 core items, the Exodia items for poking right now. So it's very hard to fight face to face in the battlefield. So that's why Westminster chose that approach into trading objectives rather than playing straight. Top lane not gonna catch the Shen, I'm afraid. A bit too tanky for that with the Iceborne Gauntlet. But
not something we see quite as often in Shen in recent times, but I do appreciate the fact you're probably not going to get too many stacks into Jax or Counter-Strike in this game, and I suppose once the sustain, okay, package straight and gonna get blocked by the blade. Well, now Cypher has ultimate available. Shutdown over to Samira. That's exactly who you wanted. And I think you might have just cast the curse because it might not have been into 5 people, but it was still into 2 people on the tower.
Yeah, a bit of a Cookie syndrome right there. Trying really hard to get a bounty off Samira, but instead actually giving the bounty to Samira. And now they're gonna start Baron, knowing that 2 members from LSE is down.
I mean, this should be quite easy to do. You have a lot of Baron power, Baron taking power with Hack Nuclear and Cypher both still alive. Though, of course, your jungler isn't just here yet, so maybe I mean, it's too high health.
Marco thought of zoning DT, so shouldn't be a fight.
It's on 2k. I mean, Kanal should really just back off at this point. Yeah, it's not possible to contest given the circumstances. But this is a really big tempo swing for Westminster, of course, getting that shut down. I mean, Samira's going to be really accelerated off the back of that one. That's a lot of extra weight. Although I don't know what the double longsword is, because really you should be building into IE as soon as possible, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I'm interested as well, like because I don't think that builds in the Bloodthirster, right?
No. It can build to Navori, but I've not seen Navori Samira before, so... But maybe it works?
It has to be either Bloodthirster or IE, otherwise he's trolling. It has to be. And
oh, it's LDR.
Okay. Makes sense. Like, not what I like. Gas in trouble a little bit, maybe? Not really. Quite tanky in Zac, and kind of like why Zac is kind of like one of the premier jungles right now. Like very, very mobile. Can gank, can get out easily. Now that sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to enunciate the gold lead and advantage for Westminster. Of course, 4,000 at this point. Still waiting on Drake 1 minute for that objective. You have supers pushing mid, so what you can do here is push out lanes everywhere. Basically make it so LSE have to keep clearing waves, and therefore you secure the priority over the dragon take. So I think this is a really good position. You should be able to secure the mountain virtually no cost here as Westminster, which is great because you're delaying the soul potential for LSE.
I think LSE might try to like put up a fight for this. They might try to say, okay, we have the Corgi package, we can force through some of these choke points. Because if you fight us in a choke point like here, Corgi package will have insane value.
Yeah, but Ostrich isn't there yet and doesn't actually have special delivery up. Canarol might die before anything happens. I don't know why. Okay, Stand United got channeled really late. I think that might have been a slight miscommunication there on the LSE team for the amount of damage going down. So Canarol Ostrich mid, just about avoiding the damage of the Valkyrie there. It's a very, very close shave for the Corki if Ostrich did go down there. The entire game would open up for Westminster.
Yeah, it's, I mean, obviously, it's a loss for LSE, but not the end of the world. Obviously, they're behind. It's just that your threat of a soul is still there for whenever a dragon comes up. So you can always still have that as a threat. The issue is Corki, going into more magic penetration, is not really gonna get stronger in terms of like what he does. But Samira, with every item, gets a lot stronger. So that Samira is a kind of a concern, because if you say, okay, I will try to poke with Corki while the other members stay around, Rakan can engage, and all of a sudden you have Samira in like 5 of you, and there's limited crowd control to stop that infernal trigger.
Yep. Very limited. I mean, Ashe maybe, if you manage to get it onto, of course it's mostly the Shen taunt that Samira has to be aware of, because it obviously interrupts you and basically puts you onto a platter for the team of LSE. So, as long as Cypher keeps avoiding those, he'll do absolutely fine.
I'm wondering if Unga Bungas is going to go for the redemption tag as well. Because Shen can be built quite... I mean, a lot of people know that Shen is just not really that great at team fighting. It's more usually camp. Ooh, that's a chat. Failed to flash the wall, but actually forced Gafter to flash as well, because the teammates are unexcluded.
Alright, well, trade for flash. That was a very positive trade, given where the flash was from Mercy. So, not too bad all in all.
It seems that LSE is just quite happy just funneling more farm into visual. Not too. They're actually not too concerned about like positioning. Like all the waves are now pushed towards LSE, but they're not too concerned because I think they're just waiting for like more items on Kaylin. More items on Kaylin, then they can be able to like kind of like melt the front line easier, and obviously when Samira comes in, kill Samira easier.
I mean, you have that great range advantage just with your bottom 3 members now with the rapid fire cannon as well. Any sort of big one coming out from Corki, Enchanter, Crystallara, etc., you can probably lay down and pick onto one target if you land something, and that's always a threat that Westminster have to be aware of.
We haven't seen the Jax that much actually. Kind of silencing quite a lot into the Shen, and not super effective. Actually, we can see Cypher just casually taking the mid-in hit. No one's there.
Okay, Syndra looking to lay down the damage if he was expecting it. That is 1 arrow. I mean, gets blocked by the blade. 12, still more damage. There's the package coming through. Only going to hit 2, but Cypher taking a huge amount of damage. Shut down back onto the Corgi. That's revenge for top lane. Another kill from LSE. The death ball continues now. Jax looking into the back line, trying to get something, but the exhaust coming out of Reckless Chan. I mean, you're gonna stopwatch, but you can just die outside. Stopwatch. Shutdown goes down to Ungu Bungus, but that's 3 kills.
Yeah, I think LSE like is just playing really well. Like they are playing like really patiently. Like they know they lost like map positioning, but they know it's fine, and they just wait for like some kind of mistake happening from Westminster and really capitalize it. This will be a mid-in hit for LSE, I believe.
Yeah, I think you have just Zac and Rakan defending. There's not really much of a defense you can make. But maybe they're just deciding, okay, right, so get the 1 tower down, get the Baron, make sure they can't contest Baron, do it quickly before Zac can actually try and do something. You have all the damage in the world to be able to do so, which I also think is a fair thing. You're denying the Baron from their side as well.
Yeah, usually my argument is usually if you can get inhibitor, why don't you do Baron? But I think in this case it's kind of justified
you do need the gold from Baron. You do want that gold in order to kind of get back. I'm pretty sure Baron gold has more than one turret gold, so
Yeah,
I think it makes sense.
I mean, I think the main thing is it's less flippy because
Yeah.
of the way that the death timers are. You can get inhib, but then they're all alive. So if you do decide to go for Baron after inhib, then you have a case where it's 5v5 again.
Yeah.
So this way, you're getting Baron for free, but you don't get the pushing done. So you're denying the objective, but then you don't have the inhib. So it's basically, did you want the Baron buff more, or do you want the inhib?
Yeah, the Baron buff can be quite useful, especially when you're playing Ash Corki.
Yeah, the stats alone for the next Drake fight in 20 odd
Yeah.
seconds is actually quite fat. So
They might actually just secure this Mountain Soul then, unless Westminster wants to fight when Baron buff is up.
Jax
And they want to.
might have to use TP. Actually, the pick onto visual could be enough. Cypher unable to get the kill just yet. Counterroll able to provide that pillar support. Grabs the hack nuclear here now. The TP. Corki now in mid lane. Rockets available. Not too much damage dealt to either side, although visual is chunked out, regenning a little bit of health with the red buff.
Yeah, I think LC just waiting for Corki to output those missiles. I feel like Hat Nuclear should be on flank right now, but they're trying to do a front to back 5v5.
I think the issue was that Hack Nuclear couldn't really get onto it. It has to move all the way around from into the tri-bush. I think maybe looking to try and get a flank position off from the top side now, but moving back down to middle, LSE starting Drake, 8,000 health left. Ungebungus acting as a zoning tool. Westminster really needs to pull through. Wait, scatter the weak onto 2. There's the redemption from the enemy team, and the steal comes through from Jax! Westminster, the steal gods right now. 2 steals last game with Zach, and now Hack Nuclear putting another one on the list. That's huge.
that's quite impressive. Like it was just a bulk.
Yeah, that was it. Cameron must have just
Very
missed Smite.
calculated. Well, unfortunate for Westminster, but in the end, not too big of a deal. The advantage still is always on the table. Ooh, engage from it.
Oh, there's the engage. That might be what they need. It's shut down immediately onto Caitlyn's going to follow up with Ungebungus. Clap onto 2 with the Zac. Can Ostrich output the damage? Absolutely can kill Gabs. The Hack Nuclear having to be forced back again. And the Baron buff up to Corki, level 18 at this point. A threat to be reckoned with, although Scatter the Weak is going to chunk out Ostrich a lot. But chunks back Marco Love for almost just as much. So that inhib tower will go down in the mid, but you are still forced to back.
Yeah, it's not the worst trade, like breaking open the mid inhib turret. Even though you lose one more member, you just because of the power of the Corki, still alive, and against like 4 low health members, they all like kind of retreated. So not the worst thing for LSE. And it's such an even game right now. Like if you see the goal, it's like very even. Amount of dragons basically even. I would kind of say Westminster has kind of an advantage given scaling, but I think LSC has the advantage where they're more cohesive. Their comp is like more where they can like they are just doing this range pokey thing, and you have like one person who reduce the resist of the tanks, and one person who heals. So. Ooh, Vigil might be in trouble.
Okay, Jackson will collapse. Isn't aware yet now. Has the information. Gale force away, but the counter strike still lands on the stun. Not sure if Hack Nuclear is able to get it. No. I think recognizes the fact that Caitlyn's just able to get enough space out from that. But you still manage to get at least the Gale force cooldown, which is 90 seconds. But hey-ho.
So we have Barons in 2 minutes, and I think the teams are probably just fighting for vision for now, or they're just farming up, getting those money in to buy their next item. Just looking at any item completions, that would be very good. Caitlyn might want to finish that LDR. Otherwise, I don't see any particular item that has to be finished by Westminster side. Yep, not killing Shen. We tried that many times.
I mean, you know, not much invested really. I mean, Asher just flies across the map. But I mean, the support Asher is able to machine gun those out so often. You can see the cooldown now almost already back up to half.
Yeah, it's one of the things. Like, one of those monsters Rise created, basically. Honestly, like, I don't know why Ash Arrow cooldown has to be this low. Obviously, there's a lot of CDL involved, but it just feels not like it just feels wrong.
It was actually compound buffs, because they decreased the cooldown, but they also made it accelerate, which is a really big deal for being able to predict landing, because beforehand, I mean, A, you have more time to react to it if it's not accelerated up, and B, it just moves across the map faster, so, I mean, look at that. Yeah, you have, like, it's zero commitment to just do this. Yep. It's a quarter of the way back already.
To be fair, I don't think anything was spent on Westminster side, apart from the Samira W. And I think they're keeping quite well. Like, LC tried to do an aggressive move, try to secure more vision. It's a vision struggle. But I don't know, both teams very even vision-wise, I would say. A bit more, I think, there's a bit more vision on Westminster, more Westminster Wars on the table, but B is right there, just doing janitor duty. And putting in more wards of their own. The Barons is up already, but maybe I think both teams might be looking into this Mountain Soul more importantly. Depends on what they choose, I guess.
Okay. It is going to be around the mountain. We're waiting on the fight to happen here.
Judging from the movements, I think they all think the Mountain Soul is more juicy.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting sort of dynamic here, because it's whether you think they're going to go for the Mountain Soul or not, and then whether you decide to go contest that to prevent that from happening, or whether you want to go to Baron if they start that up. But you have the information that they are in the bot side, so it will just be a full-on team fight between the two of them. Although Hackney were taking a third of their health just from one Corky Rocket.
Yeah, I have a wish for Hack. Please go on a flank. Like you shouldn't be winning.
Wait, Rakan just.
Yep.
Rakan just used ult on the Shen.
Yep.
And okay, LSE just got soul for free. I'm actually somewhat confused about Westminster's decision making here, but nonetheless, we are in the mid lane now. The almost dying has to flash away from the jump crystal arrow.
There is a big. This is a nice choke point for the sprint delivery, but didn't happen. But looks like still going towards the Baron.
Hack Nucleus, slow down from the Frostfire. There comes the special delivery, but onto the Jax there. I mean, okay, just did far too much damage. Okay, that's one down.
Yeah.
And the Baron.
It seems like the decision making was a bit miscommunicated there. But still, a chance to steal a Baron.
You've got to watch Gapster right now. Okay, you've got to ult. Ostrich trying to lay down the damage. Does not get the steal. Canarel does secure the smite this time. That going into passive will be killed shortly afterwards. 2 lost for that entire play. Mountain Soul gained and a Baron gained. I think that is an LC win.
Yeah, it should be an LC win, but not right now. I believe Westminster can still hold on for life. Maybe losing a couple inhib turrets, maybe a couple Nexus turrets, but
yeah,
maybe able to.
It's still a final stand, of course, but I think this is going to be really, really hard to defend versus Baron with 5 members, given that you only have 3 up available. Jax will spawn soon, but I think it's a little bit too late, too much damage. Oh my god, look at the Corky Rockets. That is far too much burst damage, zoning off the entirety of the team. All you have to do is focus the Nexus, and congratulations LSE for winning the 3rd game, getting on the board with 1-1, Westminster going down to 0-2. So Westminster in the next few games, gonna have to fight for their life.
They do. And yeah, this game is kind of a Corky one-man army. It feels
yeah,
like.
It really was, yeah.
Really big carry from Ostrich. And those big damage numbers from those rockets as well. So yeah, really good play of like poke games. I don't think I've seen Corky recently. Actually, I have, but I haven't seen Corky in like kind of like uni tournaments that much.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of seen as a boring pick, I suppose.
Yeah, it is
But
somewhat boring.
it can be quite effective if you know how to, if you draft around it and you know how to play it.
Yeah, especially if you draft around it, you realise the fact that, you know, my mid's not going to do anything until he gets like 2 items and some first strike gold. But once you do, as you could see this game, I mean, of course, was accelerated with the 2 kills with the bot side fight, but nevertheless, still in the lane phase, just from first strike, you get a lot of gold. And this is, I think, personally, I think first strike right now is a very, very strong rune. On most mid laners and on a lot of champions in general. I mean, you see it on Jace as well. Jace mid obviously popping up again recently. I mean, I'll say it again on Lucian and the bot side. I think Lucian's probably the main ADC user, but I have seen it on others. But yeah, mid laners especially, because you just get to make money off of that laning phase where you aren't guaranteed to get kills.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, it's one of the most, I would say, broken. Like,
Yeah.
that's just the way
Yeah,
I
it
do
is,
think
yeah.
it's broken, especially because there's a damage component. And what's our next game?
Alright, I do believe, I would imagine next it would be UCL versus SOAS, so it's the two teams that have not yet played, and we'll wait for that after an ad break.
Very nice.
Could you move the clients then? Alright, hello, we are back again for the final, not the final game, the penultimate game even, of this second season, of London University Esports Tournament, of course, but for Group A. Westminster have decided to concede their last game, which would have been versus UCL. I can understand too, well, I mean...
I can also understand.
Yeah, given the circumstances, you're already 2-0 down, the likelihood of you being able to get out of groups is quite slim. And you're arguably, I think, not arguably really, given by the way that games have been playing against the expected winner of this group. So, yeah.
Understandable, and don't blame them. I mean,
No.
honestly, they had two tough losses, honestly, I feel. But
Yeah, especially, I mean, they almost managed to make the comeback happen
Yeah,
in their first game, and of course this last one was, I mean, I suppose a bit of a slow death, but still, nonetheless.
Oh my god, we have a Darsus ban.
The respect ban, yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Warwick first. I mean, it's not first pick, but we have Warwick top. I assume that will be. That's quite cool. I think there must be someone on UCL who plays Seraph a lot, because this Seraph bat is not normal.
But the thing is, it was banned versus teams that aren't just UCL though.
Yeah.
It's been banned every game, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, it wasn't banned last match.
Not last.
But it was still banned in the SOAS versus Westminster game. And this time it's SOAS banning it, which suggests that, I mean, I guess maybe it's just two Xerath players. I have no idea. Maybe bot lanes just don't like playing into it, because it's actually quite frustrating as a support as well. For certain lanes.
It is annoying. It's like there's sometimes when they get ahead, it's like super annoying because you can't do.
I mean, when they're behind, they're absolutely useless as a support. it's not like Lux where you have like the consistent poke, because like the way the Xerath is, you don't have the. I mean, it's to do the E versus Lux route basically. I think is the main thing.
I agree. We have literally Renekton. I think that's like a very classic combo where you can chain the Nidalee Spear into the Renekton.
Oh, there's Zoe on top of that.
Yeah. I like the Zoe. I really like Zoe. I think given the recent buffs, Zoe is just a really good laner. I really want to see like more poke champions come back, and last game was quite good. See the Corki, but Corki is very boring, like very basic. Zoe is more spicy, I would say, because we just haven't seen Zoe in a while. However, you're also picking Zoe into Warwick, Hecarim, and Diana, so not very Zoe friendly environment, I would say.
Although at least, I mean, if you decide to roam bot side, I mean, Draven Lulan, you can definitely get some bubbles onto there and get some pickups. For those of you that don't know the exact buff they did to Zoe, I think the most significant thing is the fact that you have your MR weakened when you are slept by Zoe. And in this case with the Nidalee, that's really good combo with burst damage in Nidalee. Can output Xayah, Leona, I guess, for the counter engage versus the Draven, and of course Xayah just for the self peel in the Featherstorm.
Yeah, I think Janna will be quite good as well, given so many melee champions, but Leona is absolutely still fine. I don't like Nidalee per se. I personally, I'm a Nidalee hater. I think if I see Nidalee on my team, I really want to dodge. Like it just feels like the game is now in their hands.
Yeah.
Because a good Nidalee can maintain the lead and just like snowball to victory. But like if he makes like one mistake, the game is kind of over. Like it's really annoying. But we will have to see how Chagabimbing who's jungling.
Yeah, I do think
how
so.
he pilots this. Otherwise, comp-wise, I think it's tough to say. It's hard to say. I want to say SOAS has the advantage, just given that you have like a lot of people just running into Zoe and Lily, which don't like to be run on.
No.
Yeah, but at the same time, you have a lot of early game like playmaking potential on
just the entire
side.
top side, for
Yeah,
UCL.
yeah.
I mean, the key takeaway is really what the Renekton Nidalee can do, because it, as people mostly know, the combo is basically early game snowball. You make the dives, you just save the chain CC. The problem is if you don't get either of these champions in a head state or an advantage state by like 15-20 minutes, it doesn't look very good for you, especially into the fact that, I mean, Warwick later on, and then obviously Draven Lulu being able to scale up, you're just not really going to have a fun time into that comp if you don't get these champions ahead. But if you do get the champions ahead, that's when SOAS might start to have an issue.
Yeah, I do think they should. It's not just a top lane actually. It's not just a Renekton lane. I think Zoe in Italy can like roam as a combo. Like roam as a combo is so scary for the other team. Like what do you do? Like can you walk into the jungle? Like if there's like a black patch.
I mean, if this Draven doesn't take cleanse this game, then I think the Draven is making a massive mistake into Leona Zoe. So
yeah, I do agree. Like Draven has to take cleanse. Even just put Bill and Mikkel on top as well, maybe.
Yeah, I know. Actually, genuinely, I mean, it's really good for anyone this team if they get hit by Solarfare or some form of CC to be able to get them out of that trouble. Because it's just a really good pick tool for UCL.
I haven't seen Hecarim I haven't seen Hecarim games. Is he still the same thing?
He hasn't changed fundamentally, but he just hasn't been as comparatively strong.
Yeah.
Because obviously beforehand, what Hecarim was like known for is the fact that he not only has good ganks, but a very good clear speed. Now the clear speed doesn't really matter so much, so I mean, like, it's just better off, like, I mean, if you really want to go around like the mobile ganks, there are better champions to play like Udyr, who just run into a lane, do the same thing. I mean, Hecarim still has like mobility tools like Onslaught. Onslaught of Shadows is a great team fighting tool, and I think that's honestly the main reason to be drafting Hecarim right now.
Yeah, I do agree, and I do think like all these permagank and junglers are more in meta, let's say. Are more in meta.
Just because of the way the jungle clear is right now. This will change next patch because they are adjusting jungle clear massively. And also nerfing certain junglers, nerfing Udyr, nerfing Elise, nerfing Maokai. So next patch, you'll see a completely different set of champions effectively, but as of right now, it has been pretty much these permaganking junglers.
I do think it's like next patch is like a complete different game.
It might be. It really might be.
I do think
because
so.
you have comeback XP differences.
Yep.
Then you have the support item changes on the mana sustain, which is gonna nerf the. Well, I think it's minor, but it's still significant for the ADC style things. Mostly, I think Ashe is the main one for the less spammable W, because you do lose some mana regen in lane. I can't remember what else they're planning on changing necessarily, but also some ADC adjustments. I know that Senna is getting a pretty significant buff in that her attack speed ratio is going up by 0.1, which is given that her attack speed ratio is currently 0.3, that is a third of her attack speed getting just increased, which is absolutely massive for those Kraken Rageblade builds, which I hope, I mean, I don't know yet, you'd have to play test it to see exactly how strong it is, but that's a lot of attack speed for that champion.
Yeah, I do think Senna has kind of like fall out of favor a bit.
Yeah.
And I don't mind the efforts to bring it back, but sometimes Senna is quite annoying to play into.
Oh,
right?
it's very annoying to play into. But I think there was also an RCD change as well. But no, very significant center buffs. Aphelios had one in the notes as well for his passive attack speed is increasing. So a fun little thing that you can do now with the way it is you can probably get more AD at level 2 if you decide to take double adaptive force runes, W level 1, and then max Q, well max your AD for the rest of it, and then you hit a higher AD breakpoint at level 2 of similar attack speed. So that's going to give him a little bit more lane presence, which is nice. I can't remember who else. There's some other ADCs I think getting adjusted as well. But no, ADC pool also changed slightly as well.
The one that I noticed a lot is the Doran Shield.
Yeah, actually, that's another one.
Yeah, Doran Shield changed quite. I would say it's quite big for a lot of solo laners.
Yeah.
I think especially mid-siders who brings Doran Shield a lot. Yeah. So that is like the main victim, I would say. So both teams just got into game after a brief pause. Yep, Draven does have cleanse.
Thank the lords. I mean, even the Diana's decided to opt into it, which is absolutely fair. It's just a very good rune here, and not rune, summon a spell in this game.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad. I would probably favor the TP, but especially you have running a no TP team now. So which means
it's barrier top. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Wait, barrier into Renekton?
That is a disaster waiting to happen, isn't it? But no. But to be fair, it doesn't usually you usually.
Yeah. It's like the W comes out first most of the time, but. I'm still a little bit weirded out by it. Like, I still understand why it's been picked, but the fact that like you're playing it into a champion with a shield break is still just it hurts me like in my soul.
Yeah, for those who don't know, like Renekton W Ruthless Predator, I think is the name.
Yeah.
If you have the empowered W, you destroy the shield before dealing damage. It's kind of like a thing with Blitz as well. Blitzcrank Ultimate also.
Blitzcrank Ultimate and
shields.
Rel's Q.
Rel's Q, yeah. That's the one that.
But no one remembers Rel's cubes. It's Rel.
Because Rel, I think it's no one remembers Rel. Full stop. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, barrier top, Warwick very strong in lane. I don't doubt it. Actually, Steambun is not mid now. Steambun has gone into the jungle. Now that his one trick, not one trick.
One trick.
Now that the Nasus is gone.
Lethal tempo Nasus special.
But otherwise, game starting quite normal. It's actually quite interesting. We have Lulu Draven rather than a more aggressive duo.
Yeah.
But that's probably because we already have like 3 melee champions, so you want someone to kill Draven rather than
That's a really bad level 1 trade for XD. Yeah, Dennis getting the better of that one right there. Bot side getting the push. Iron and Snuzmunch will actually hit level 2 first with the way it is, which is really surprising actually. Like, Draven Lulu shouldn't normally be sacking this much pressure, but I'm looking at the Hecarim halving right now and I see why they're doing this, because I think they're just trying to get Hecarim into the bot side to try and capitalize on maybe an overstep from the bot side. But Dennis is doing really well. Actually, Gwen's gone from Diana too.
That's too cautious, yeah. Because
I was about to expire.
Yeah. Because level 1 Zoe heals long cooldown. Yeah. But Zoe laning, like if you know how to lane with Zoe, it's so disgusting. It's one of those champions who like the one tricks really get abused in the early laning phase. Ooh, literally
that's a lot of damage. Shield there's the barrier, and then of course half the W comes through. So will save Clown 11. Warwick's passive should allow him to regen enough of the minions. He's on low health here, so he can stand the tower. Both junglers will be here for this bot side. I'm not sure if Nidlee's actually going to try and push for a dive. Probably just going to be there to secure the fact that, well, to give security to their bot side. Oh, there's the flash from Dennis. XD, going to flash away, ignite down. No one's going to die, but XD, really feeling the pressure in this mid lane.
Yeah, that's not great at all. Steambun might just kill Chagabumi here.
Yeah, it's Hecarim early. I think actually just gets the kill straight away first, but I mean, Dennis is in trouble now too. I mean, just the Hecarim Q. Drowsy, a little bit more damage. If XD just had some health, he'd be able to help. But no, Ironcline and the roam from Leona, forcing the Hecarim to ghost away to safety. But nevertheless, that is a first blood for Steambun.
Remember we said about like Chagabumi should literally should go top.
Yeah.
That didn't happen, and honestly, just now there was a perfect doubt opportunity.
It actually was. I mean, Warwick was 20% health, even if he gets the extra life steal at low health. I think that was a good dive opportunity for Renekton.
Yeah, and now Also dying this early is just not great for Nidalee's tempo, and now Steve Bun going top lane.
Yeah, okay. Unfortunate situation there with the E, which I actually don't know exactly what Steam Bun did. I think it was something to do with the dash and then misclicking the E.
I think
because even if Renekton E's, you should still be able to latch onto him. Because of the way, because it's an auto empower. So I actually think that was just a misexecution of the ability.
Well, in any case, not quite a big deal. Just in the end, just help it. I don't think it would have resulted in a kill.
No, I don't think so either.
So it really is just helping Clown 11X to push out a wave, and Hecarim just going back to his count probably. But before that, probably helping out bot lane for a bit, getting frozen on actually quite painful for 1987.
This is really unusual for a Lulu Draven lane to be losing this much priority early on. They seem to be really scared of Chaga Bingbing's Nidalee for some reason, and I'm not entirely sure why. I mean, Nidalee has been staying bot side, so I suppose there is some truth in that, and I guess they just don't want the Draven to get ahead, but here's the fight gonna happen. So Bunch will be target, lands down the CC onto 1987. Here comes Chaga Bingbing, should get the kill, but will Muncher be able to die first? No, will not happen. That's the kill to 1987. Mimitar, the next one. Steam Bun trying to get it. Slight freeze there. You get one kill back for your sins there. But Steam Bun now looking to kill Nidalee for a second time. Unable to do so as Nidalee flashes over. But Nidalee goes back in and then Hecarim gets the E cooldown up. So then Hecarim gets a double and therefore it's a 2-for-2 trade.
I am fully convinced that Steve Bun is a Smurf now. Steve Bun is just a Smurf. Like, he's just doing so well. and although he is just cleaning up or capitalizing on mistakes, it's just a very daddy situation for Hecarim. Like I've said this countless times on broadcast. Like Hecarim with one item is quite strong, and that just makes him a lot. He can just run at people a lot faster.
Okay, well,
oh my god.
Flying almost taking him. If 1987 had the flash here, that would have been a kill, but the nice blade caller coming out from Xayah there to deny 1987 any further approach, but I think Diana just dies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ignite, one more Ignite.
Yeah, and very unfortunate. I mean, not that unfortunate. I think XD was just really greedy. Just wanted that XP. Not knowing the Zoe capabilities of just deleting a health bar really quickly. So very unfortunate there because also loses the wave, I believe. XD there. So now the CS gap is quite huge.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the main thing, though, with UCL at least, is that their bot side and mid, I mean, even top has been winning, but not quite as much. But it's the mid and the bot mostly that's been at a pretty big advantage most of this game, just the jungle deficit. So we'll see exactly what Steam Bun can do, because it is really on Steam Bun again to be able to put out the pressure.
Ooh. The infant is coming in, but...
Okay, Dominus to respond. It comes out, there's the Hecarim, nice bait mate. Clown 11 gets the kill. Chaga Bingbing going on to Lulu, going to chunk them out a little bit. That's 87 backing off as the other two bot laners are still available. Dragon priority secured, and Chaga Bingbing going to go for that one as Clown 11 cashes in some plating.
I think it's fine going for that, getting the Warwick a bit ahead, but also I think the bigger picture is a Draven. Like, you really kind of need that cash at some point. Although it's not very big, but Draven is not very useful when behind. So I want to see Steam Bun going to bot lane a bit more. The dragon is still being taking quite a long time, but
Steam Bun right now is doing one thing though, and it's absolutely dominating Chaga Bingbing in the farm department, taking the entire top side so far ahead in terms of jungle farm. If this was an older patch, it would be really doomed for Nidalee on this perspective. But unfortunately, catch-up XP will soon come into play, even though there is a 2-level disparity between the two junglers, but we'll see what happens.
What is the first item for Hecarim? Is he going straight for the... Never mind, the bot lane dive.
Okay, well here we go, Chaga Bingbing looking for it. Steam Bun here is back on the base, level 7, and ready to rumble. Going straight in, going to pick up 2 kills off the back end of that. 1987, yes, yet to cash in, but maybe Muncher will be the chunk of change 1987 needs. A little bit of trading on the bot side. 1987 actually not going to chase it, it's just going to leave Steam Bun to get another kill, I guess.
Wow, 6-0 on Hecarim. That is something. I think he's just got... First item will be the... oh my god.
Mana Moon, maybe. No.
No.
What's the beat? Wait, what's
The
BF
one,
sword?
the new one, the new item. I literally forgot what it's called. The new one that reduces your your basic ability cooldown. Not number range.
I'm blanking.
I am blanking too. Spear of Shoujo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that is what he's going for with the BF sword there.
Oh, no, that makes sense. I mean, this early on, I guess, you get the extra damage. It's the Q cooldown mainly, right? Steam Bump?
Oh my
Here
goodness.
again. Oh, I mean, Tangding was trying.
He's trying, but Steam Bun is always there to counter game. Like, I think he just knows what China is doing.
Yeah.
And he's just like, yep, before every like clear, I'll just go combo once.
We're gonna cleanse the Ignite away, but still too much damage coming out from Dennis. I mean, Dennis right now, I mean, it's just in the mid-kingdom right now versus XD.
Absolutely.
And I think UCL really need to start playing around the Zoe a little bit more because they're not going to get this to Shoujo completion on the Hecarim. Because that is your big point of power right now. Yeah, Yazai's ahead too, but this Hecarim eventually might be a problem in fights. He's just doing so much damage to your team.
Yeah, I feel like if Hecarim doesn't get hit by Zoe Bubble, then he will just run around. Yeah, he will just run around killing everyone. So that's a big problem for UCL. And you're right, you have to play around with Zoe more. And I think you're like, they're just staying too much in lane. Ooh, top lane maybe.
Oh, Infinity Rest out the suppress. I mean, okay, Dominus still gets popped. Not enough health though.
Oh.
I'm gonna get a solo kill versus Lich Shot. That early lane advantage really crumbling to dust with Mini that flashing away from the Solar Flare, getting out of their life.
I was very surprised because I thought it wasn't an all-in, but I was watching the fight and I thought, yep, I thought Lich would just like back off a bit and be fine. But it turns out, Cloud 11X having a 2-kill lead now in the top lane. What is... Okay, never mind.
I tell you, so that's a lot of damage. Exhaust popped, Blade, Storm as well to safety. A lot of resources, well and Death unable to connect. But Incline now really should just be pushing away than leaving. 1987 and Mini Tala, if I were them, I would just press up because that's a manless.
Yeah, this is time for them to collect farm. Ooh, XD trying something here, but not quite having the damage. Not having the first item yet, not having the build.
Oh, that's a really creative carving from Steam Bomb to get the gank in there. There's the move. You do get the shutdown for Dennis. Still goes on to Steam Bomb though, which is, to me, yeah, the Hecarim's getting increasingly powerful, but the issue is you are centralizing the power in the Hecarim.
Like, this guy's smurfing so hard. I can't believe this guy is the guy who played Lethal Temple Nasus. Like, yeah, Steve is just doing very well, like knowing where to be, and also very good like spacing in terms of like queuing, using Hecarim Q at a max range. So like he wasn't getting hit by melee attacks or the other Qs. So that was really fun to see. The second dragon coming up in 30 seconds, and I don't think UCL want to go near it because Hecarim should be there. Ooh, but they want to do something before the dragon spawns, maybe.
So Snowmunch was looking for it, but
too scared, I think.
Yeah.
I think they got spooked a bit.
Spooked by Steambun, I think.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
presence of the omnipresent Hecarim
Yeah.
somewhere,
Yeah.
lurking somewhere in the jungle and looking for your soul.
Yeah, because it's like, I think he counter Gecko lost 3 times, or lost 2 times, and then I think they just got like a bit mental blocked in doing that play. But now they have to decide now. Do they try to contest? If they contest, their method is to have mid lane prio, like push up mid lane, and then have Zoe and Nidalee keep throwing things into the river.
Oh, I don't think Dennis knows.
Oh no.
I don't think Dennis knows. Okay, gonna get dragged in by the Moonfall, and that's another kill to Steambun. Legendary at this point in the game. Level 10. Unstoppable, taking a lot of damage from UCL, Einklein, and the rest of the crew here. Try and get something, so for on to XD, you get at least 1 kill back for your investment. So a 1-for-1 in the end, and given the kill went over to Hecarim, I don't think that's too bad.
Yes, it's not too bad, especially when 1987 is just collecting that farm in the bot lane. And I think, although UCL do get this dragon though, because it would take some time for Steven to come back up.
Zaya has to secure. You have a lot of burst coming through. Maybe Draven has the idea of going for it. Okay, there it is. Secure coming through. UCL, 2 Drakes up. This is actually really significant. Steam Bun really does need to try and stop this ring stacking because it's going to provide a win call. Wait, the tower shot's coming out of Renekton. There's the flea. Infinite Duress to escape. Blitchard still has flash available, but no E available as well to be able to dash and catch up to Clown.
Yeah, I mean, fairly good play by Clown. I mean, even though taking the tower shots, recovered very well by ulting away right away. XD actually not too bad on the CS department, to be honest. And now that having the Proto Belt, can trade with the Zoe better.
Oh, able to
nice.
catch the comeback on the portal jump there. But again, Hecarim's the one that gets the kill and not the Diana. So this Diana really has been, I don't know, it's a sad time for XD. You're just not getting anything back for all the pressure that's being outputted in mid. Really gonna get killed under the tower, and
that should be killable.
Should be killed, yeah.
Yep, that's the UCL reply, but XD, we shouldn't be here.
They have vision. Maybe XD should just be dead, I think. Actually, Moonfall gets the 1-for-1 trade, finally gets onto the board with a kill there. That is actually worth if I'm XD.
Yeah, I mean,
but, yeah.
Keep setting the Lily behind, like, it's fine. Like, I think also for XD's mental as well, like, getting that kill is a great mental boost.
Oh wait, actually that's really smart from Richard getting the dash there because it locks Steam Bun and going onto tower and therefore you always get out. Very nice usage of the dash.
Steam Bun has a thing about like what, so after finishing the man immune, have to think about what his third item should be. I think it should be something defensive. Like, your 700 gold bounty is actually so important. If you give that to Saya, it's game over.
Oh, actually is, yeah. I mean, the Zai's actually really far ahead going. It's just going to be, Kraken into Navori, very standard here.
I think the other option is to play away from Saya. Ooh, actually get baited.
See, I mean, enough health back from Dominus. Shutdown going over to Nidalee. I personally don't think that's who really should have taken it, but at least Nidalee gets a little bit more income back in. It's not awful. Gets the mid turret in return. So it's not a complete loss of a trade.
Not a complete loss. Mid turret is quite important. Well, actually, they tried to trap Hecarim right here. UCL doing some sneaky things here.
They're looking for really scouring the entirety of that topside jungle right now. I think they have a general idea of where the Hecarim is, but I think Hecarim's just a little bit too safe on that Wolves camp. Maybe to carve down into that double power gap you have there in mid.
Yeah, and also with Onslaught of Shadows off cooldown, there's no way of actually catching, like, resulting in a kill.
Yeah.
Still, UCL kind of, I guess, clawing back in the game. I guess they were never in like too big of a trouble, given that Saya.
I think it's partly because of where the kill distribution.
Yeah.
If Steamer managed to give more kills across the rest of the team, I think UCL would be in a bit more of a problematic situation. But because the power is so isolated into the Hecarim, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
If we look from a raw gold perspective now, after those players, UCL's actually all by 700 gold ahead. So.
Yeah, especially having your kills on Saya is like, it's just comforting mentally. Like, it's like, you know that you will have someone to, oh my god, what is that damage? Literally just falls.
Going for the tower dive though, Steambon actually, I mean, having to ghost to even be able to get out of that one, it's still an investment. I mean, yeah, you get killed, but...
Yeah, I mean, ghost is like 100, 210, I think.
Yeah, it's about 210, but the thing is, it's such a big cooldown variation because of the AD you get whilst
that's true. That's a bubble went to the void. And Cloud should be fine in the top lane. Bit of sliding and going. Another turret goes to UCL. And gone.
Okay, mid taken in return. I mean, that's a good setup for the Drake now. You don't have that issue of the mid lane obviously being pushing towards you.
Check out big in the top lane.
Situation. Okay, look at the kills of Clown. Do a nice pick. No infinite duress just yet. Does get used. Heals up for so much. Making the turnaround. Flash forward. Gets the kill onto Thiago Bingham. Makes it a 1-for-1 somehow out of nowhere.
That is disgusting.
Steambun maybe in a little bit of trouble. Solifert doesn't land, but the root does. The Zion might get the
my
shutdown.
God.
Actually gets the 700 gold shutdown. Moonfall maybe might come through from XD. I don't think it's worth it though. It's a 1v3. I mean, you have your Lulu here, but He's looking for a moonfall there. There's the knockup. Actually, damage coming through. Featherstorm needs the pullback. Doesn't get the pullback. And we get a transfer of shutdown gold into the Diana. And Draven finally able to cash in also. What chaos in the top side.
I don't know who won that. I mean, yes, you definitely, numbers-wise, I would say, numbers-wise, SOAS won out.
Yes.
But also, you just had like 1,000 gold given to Sire, no?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a dead movement.
Yeah.
Probably want to extend that a little bit. Yeah, nonetheless, 1987 looking to try to get some to Tiago Big first. Draven doing a lot of damage right now with those axes. Lichshot should have the EW up. Yeah, gonna flash away to safety just to be safe.
Looks like Steampunk try for the soul. I mean,
you have so much damage here on this Hecarim. Still, you're still 10 kills. Stars Buncher going in on the CC. There's no follow-up. Your Zaya's not there yet. Why are you doing this? Stars Buncher still not dead yet. Gonna be dead very soon though. Lichshot next to drop. Gonna heal up a little bit with the Q.
yeah,
Okay.
you're right. Like all of LC damage is from UCL's damage is from Sire. So you really have to play with Sire.
Okay, well, Steampunk getting a little bit back. Cloud Soul actually pretty damn good for the Hecarim. I mean, in fact, the whole team in general getting the move speed.
Baron is started.
This is very okay. Well,
I think it's gone.
it's very interesting to see what happens. I mean, you have the 4 members. 6k. Yeah, no, UCL just don't want to do anything about it. I mean, you don't have your jungle in position to contest. So. Unless Einstein something.
I think with Zoe, there could be a chance we could pick like one member off, but they didn't opt to do that. Maybe too risky. Given that Hecarim can just run you down with Ghost. Oh my god, Hecarim is going for Ghostblade. Is this Ghostblade or is it going for like a mythic like?
It looks like Ghostblade to me.
Yeah, it looks like Ghostblade.
No, it's Eclipse. There it is.
Eclipse, okay. Yeah, makes sense, I guess.
You still get move speed actually, with the way they change the moves, so.
Yeah. I'm just wondering when the Steampunk decide to go defensive items. Not yet.
Nah,
these
pure
days,
damage,
not
that's
yet.
all you need. More damage. I like big numbers. Alright, Howard gonna drop down into mid, trying to get the mid tier 2. Steampunk now on the way, bound after power. Hecarim gonna kill the thing. Wait, move forward to 3. That's a huge engage on towards Shadows to follow, but Einklein doing massive amounts of damage with this Kraken Slayer. And wait, that actually might be over. Wait, hold on.
Oh no,
Oh no, the Baron buff, the Baron buff.
Yeah.
Okay, the fact that 1987 is alive here is actually really significant because this means the wave isn't able to push in, but otherwise, I mean, it's still an inhib. It's going to be a fairly early inhib if UCL decide to take it, but it will still be an inhib.
I think Steampunk is thinking about defensive items right now. Surely. Like it was like the perfect fight for Saya.
Yeah.
Like just being all your enemies coming from the front. and then you being able to like pull back the first to do most like a lot of damage. So yeah, might have to like you have to rethink how you fight these team fights. Has to be like someone coming from a flank. Despite a really brilliant Moonfall, like you can't just follow every of this if you don't get a Sire.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's literally kill desire because it's what's being able to do spread damage to Resident Evil. Now 3 items up with the PD, even getting anti-heal for the Warwick there. I mean, it affects grading too, so it's not too bad. I suppose Hecarim, but just less healing build than it's going, I guess. But no, very, very voided Zaya right now, and also has the exhaust as a nice safety tool later on. But yeah.
Yeah, Zaya is shelling also getting a lot of gold from just the fighters now. So will be, I suppose, the mortal reminder will be next for Einklein, and after that, I think he shouldn't be afraid of Hecarim anymore, especially when you can build something like GA last item as well, or stopwatch.
And we're finally beginning to see the fruition of the problems of Hecarim getting some good.
Yeah.
I've seen this so many times where you get Hecarims ahead, and it's really annoying to deal with in the early game because he just runs you down.
Yeah.
But then when you get to a mid-game lull and you don't necessarily get kills into the rest of your team, you have the problem where the enemy team has comparatively gotten stronger and can now deal with a head Hecarim, and the rest of your team aren't strong enough to be able to compete, which is exactly what we have here.
I agree, and although I think the rest of the team is not okay. They're pretty weak. I think Draven. The problem with 1987 is like I think he hasn't got tons CS. Like he got those so many times, and
I also think it's a slight itemization mistake with Eclipse here. I think right now it isn't the ideal way to be building this, especially because you're not getting IE online early for this champion. I mean, Draven loves AD because it just gives you more damage onto your axes, and if you go Essence, then you can basically be pressing W all the time to get the attack speed there instead. So I think you do more damage overall with that build rather than the Eclipse, but it is what it is.
yes, and it seems that the map pressure is getting to Soaz actually. You can see like UCL like roaming as a team to secure this mission and go for picks, which is what you should do when you have literally Zoe and Leona.
More damage. Didn't land the root. If the root was landed, I think there was an angle there where you might be able to kill Clown. Instead, you just secure the bot side tier 2, which is still a pretty damn good reward. I mean, they've increased tower gold rewards a while back, so those tier 2 gold, I mean, yes, it is tier 2 gold, but yeah, the tier 2 towers giving you that much extra gold is actually very worthwhile just to take them down when you can.
So I was having a think about what they do about this dragon now. Lichid doing a bit of a...
I think Richard's in a little bit of trouble here. We'll get engaged on by Steam on the next D should go down shortly, but... Okay, UCL didn't use the opportunity to just start up the dragons, so now the situation... Oh my word! Okay, well, Lulu just got obliterated, deleted out of nowhere.
It's now a 4v4, so...
Well, works out in the end. Even though I think the support for... I mean, actually, to be fair, Lulu ultimate not being available is significant. Steamboat maybe going for a steal. In, gets the Drowsy, goes for the kill instead. Chelga Bing Bing secures the Drake. Hecarim gonna dice. Moonfall onto 2, but Einklein being still alive is exactly what UCL wanted. You can't kill the Zai, you can't win the fight.
Yes, and I feel like they really overcommitted. And also, Onslaught of Shadows was not used by Steamboat. I think he just didn't find the opportunity to use it.
No defensive items?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Has a quick QSS right now, but it's not the defensive item you need.
It's better than nothing, I would say. I guess it's better than nothing. And now it's like so much gold have gone into UCL pockets. Like if you see the gold lead is like 2k or something, but as we said before, like it's the right amount of gold in the right people.
Yeah, that's it. So Zoe and Zaya are the ones with the items. I mean, Nidalee has not been feeling too good this game as far as income has been concerned, but has managed to get the job done nonetheless.
I think Lily should be happy that he's still winning the game, honestly. like given how the early game went, and the dragon getting started.
I mean, Zaya at this point with the 4 items, Zaya notoriously being able to shred this objective really well, but with how ahead Einklein is, there's no chance of Soaz even being able to get there before it's finished.
And with the Baron, the sieging pressure just goes a bit. It goes a lot more up. Steambutt just running around, but Mike is sort of there.
Okay, unstoppable away to be able to get out of there alive. And still, that's your Onslaught of Shadows gone for a little bit. Infinite Duress, maybe you get a Renekton pick. Richter able to get out there between the Q and the Flash, and Einklein doing so much damage. There comes the Featherstorm for safety. A double kill immediately for this ADC. Absolutely massive this game.
It really reeks of desperation, but I think they could have like maybe put more Ona Genesis there, right?
Yeah, Genesis. Hey, it's a
that's
shutdown.
something. Yeah, that's shutdown. But in turn, you will lose another 2 inhibs, I believe they can push. Can they try to end? Probably not.
It depends on how ballsy you want to be as UCL. You have the numbers, and if you do trust Einklein enough, you can do that. But of course, it is still it's a tournament game. You want to be playing as riskless as you possibly can if you can try and help it, although this is a bit of a pincer movement, and Einklein does not have the ultimate just yet, but manages to get out alive. Chelga being a little bit too... not Chelga being, sorry. Steamboat a little bit too frail right now. You look alive. Here comes the Diana as well. Potentially an overextension. Zaya is doing ungodly amounts of damage though, and the Warwick simply can't catch up. Einklein gets free out of nowhere, and... what do you do? What do you do?
They had to be a lot more coordinated, honestly. Like, they kind of like went in one by one, like continuously. But in the end, yeah, you can just blame Fire for being too fed. He's having a fun game, for sure. Like just seeing people. It's like those those like tower defense games. Where you have the minions like running at you one by one. That feels like that. It's a very hard game for SOAS to recover now. Like given that, it's just a money problem. Like it feels like there are like 3 really useful members on UCL side, but those 3 members just basically is enough to like win against all of you. Feels like.
What this game is doing is actually highlighting the power of Navori as the new itemization option with what they've done to it. Because what it's doing for Xayah is not only giving you more damage on your E and your Q, bearing in mind, so what Navori's doing is per crit chance you have, you just get a flat increase % to your ability damage. Xayah's E also scales a crit, so it's giving you double scaling on your E pullback. You're getting lowered cooldowns on both E and Q, and importantly your W, which normally has quite a long cooldown, but it's a massive attack speed still. So having all of this basically permanently up with Navori, as well as increasing damage, just means you have all the abilities except your ult in your kit, but it does give you CDR for your ult, so it's just such an amazing item for this champion right now.
Should be seeing more Xayah Rakan then, I think. I mean, as we were talking, like Rakan is like one of those, those engage supports, rare engage supports that is like quite good in this meta. Ooh, Steam Bun coming in.
Steam Bun looking for it, gets knocked up and rooted and died. Ironcline gonna look to try and clean up every single other member of SOAS. The death ball is just a little bit too strong at 30 minutes and 32 seconds, and that will be the end of their game right here. We still have one more game left for you. Congratulations to UCL for winning this one and basically qualifying without a loss. As a result of Westminster's forfeit, but no, we still have one more game left in, and it's to decide whether SOAS or LSC end up qualifying.
Yeah, I have nothing to add.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate situation. You can't necessarily see the damage numbers right here, but 48,000 damage into the Xayah, the most in the game by a fairly decent margin, and understandably so, ended up being almost a silent carry in the early game, with Steam Bun taking all of the attention, but not distributing enough of the wealth to the rest of his team.
Yeah, equality is very important. Even in League of Legends, you get your other members of the team fed. And with that, let's go to an ad break and await our final game of SOAS?
Yeah, SOAS LSC. Yeah.
SOAS
of
LSC.
Group 1.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, once again, and for the last time today for the Group 1 games of the 2023 Season 2 edition of London University Esports Tournament. Last games between SOAS and LSE, of course, myself, Taku and Cookie, bringing you the last game. And it's an important last game.
It is important because it decides who goes into second place in this group. And SOAS is now blue side and LSE in red side. I think they just decided that.
Through a game of rock, paper, scissors, actually. But yeah, the teams had been decided. We'll actually be able to showcase you the whole pick ban live this time to get the idea of, okay, what are they actually trying to ban in what order, so we actually have some draft mentality rather than having the pro draft just done beforehand and then going straight into the game. The reason why we have done this is purely because of a logistical reason, on the basis that not everyone owns every champion, and it's just easier to do this way rather than doing 2 draft lobbies.
Yeah, and now we can see like what kind of goes through in their mind when we see like what champion they pick first, what kind of counter picks they think about. They sometimes hover champs as well, and then we can like get even more insight into the teams and like how they want to play in real time. So it'll be fun. Looking at seeing like what they played like last few games there, I kind of want to see Nasus again. Like I just want to see like
I do have a feeling it's gonna get banned.
It might get banned. It might not get banned though. I mean, how often do you, I assume it's a last pick. Like it has to be a last pick Nasus mid, right?
Yeah,
unless
I feel
they,
like it is.
Yeah, unless they have like some insane flex knowledge where you can say, I have a Nasus, I can put a top jungle or mid.
Or support.
Yeah, or support. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I mean,
Why did I forget that?
I mean, although given the most ADCs being around the meta right now, I don't think they're too overly weak to Nasus support. There aren't like Zeris or Callistas running around that much, but still, I mean, last game you have Wither on Xayah. Xayah's not gonna have a particularly fun time either. So, still has pretty good usage in some matchups.
You know which is the biggest Callista counter? It's not actually not Nasus, it is Vex, because every time Callista pops, Vex is an empowered auto attack.
Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah.
It is hilarious. I saw a clip like on YouTube. I think like a week back, and I was like, well, I did not know this.
No, that makes sense actually. Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it's the same thing. Like if Poppy's there with the W available, then again, it's the same thing. Callista can't really move. It's a similar counterplay. I mean, Callista has a lot of these, so.
Someone's keyboard isn't working.
Unfortunate, yeah. Keyboard issues, it happens. I mean, last game you got to make sure everything's in working order. Hopefully no pauses this time around, but definitely be interesting to see what happens with the drafts. I mean, so showing a lot of different picks for the most part. I mean, it's been 2 completely different drafts actually, so quite a wide champ pool I imagine to be able to pull from.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed like how many different champions were played today.
Yeah.
And I'm quite impressed with like how well they are played. I don't think there's like especially anyone who I think just did not know how to play the champion and then picked it. So everyone kind of like actually played the champion they know how to play. So I'm quite impressed. I'm quite happy to see this kind of like range of things rather than just like going back to the normal champ pool of pro play. Because it's every time it's the same drill. Every time it's just like, you pick a Zirko key and then you pick, I don't know, you pick tank jungle and then get Bruce top and then you have like Kaden Lux and Nami Lucian. That's just a standard now, and it gets really really boring. And I really love like these games in that you can see different champions, you see different. Kind of like sometimes something is funny. Sometimes like you see like something clearly communication issue or like there's like insane comebacks because someone misstepped. So really glad to see this, and as this is coming to the end, just want this to be like an absolute banger.
Yeah, absolutely. And some sort of context that I don't think's been said on stream yet is that SOAS put this team together in such a short period of time. I think, to quote somebody, I think it was the subs almost, has put together in roughly the last 24 hours. So to put together a team that has been genuinely performing really well, holding their ground versus UC, actually dominating them last game in the early game too. I mean, almost did have the choke of the century versus Westminster potentially, but no, they managed to pull it back through. And real credit, I mean, Lethal Tempo Nasus is going to be ingrained in my mind permanently after this.
Yep.
So
I would never never forget about the word steam bun related to like Lethal Tempo Nasus.
Yeah, the Lethal Tempo Nasus incident. I actually really want to know how many times the keystone actually triggered now. The keystone uptime on the Nasus there, whether that was actually worth it over fleet. But maybe it was just a misselection. They were just like, oh yeah, let's go with fleet, but we went for tempo instead. Nevertheless, I mean,
I think the correct keystone is a spellbook. I think.
Yeah, for mid probably though. Yeah.
I mean, when I was playing in like some kind of amateur like tournament, I remember I was playing GP top into Nasus top lane who plays like spellbook. Like it's like after level 6, he just constantly tries to run me down. The first 2 times we kind of traded, and then like afterwards I just can't do anything.
Yeah.
Because Nasus just has that with those combat summoners helping them is so much because you have
Ghost for speed.
Yeah, ghost for speed, and exhaust is actually really useful because like it's just like you wither,
Then
exhaust, wither, and it's just like.
Olympia Tools, everyone, proudly sponsored.
Yeah, proudly sponsored by Olympia Tools. I did try to hint the audience. I did say the word drill a couple times in my monologue just now, but
Yeah, if you haven't noticed, here it is.
it's not actually a microphone. It's just a drill.
It's a perfect microphone.
Yeah, no, it's just a con, everyone. Just to mess with your minds. That's all. We had the mental psychology going on earlier in person with the rock paper scissors, so you have to demonstrate it on stream as well.
Just waiting for the game to start. I think today it was quite good atmosphere. Like just from just walking around judging. I think people were mostly having fun. Like when we were casting, we could just hear people shouting as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure how much of that was detectable on stream, but definitely you could hear it from the room. But the pro draft is beginning. Timer is ticking. LSE with the first ban. Did they actually go? I'm pretty sure LSE chose red rather than blue, so it might be a mix up on. Okay, yeah, so it is wrong in the draft. So it's actually SOAS on blue side and LSE on red.
Well, that's really helpful in terms of like not saying the wrong team. But SOAS is not going to ban. Okay.
Okay, I wonder if that's a mistake or not. I guess we'll find out in due course whether it was or wasn't. Or maybe they're just redoing the thing. Okay, no, we're getting a hacker and ban straight away.
Okay, so hacker and ban. Yeah. I mean, it's not Steam bans hacker, but hacker and ban can be fine.
Well, it would be Steam ban hacker.
Oh, it would be
because it's reversed. Yeah, I know it doesn't help. The graphic does not help at all.
It really messes with my mind. But yes, banning Steam bans hacker, and I expect the second ban to be Nasus.
Alright, still 10 seconds on that.
First ban's Corky.
First
Corky.
ban, okay. So first ban is Corky.
You do get a Nasus though.
And we get a Nasus ban.
Yeah, but the Corky ban does make sense in response to LC's game earlier.
Yeah. So Corky was really powerful. Jack's ban is interesting. I guess it's just a normal power pick.
Yeah.
Power pick. That means one team is gonna get like Udyr or Maokai, I suppose.
Also, it'd be interesting if Xerath is open for once. I know. I'm fairly confident LC doesn't have a Xerath player, but I mean, just because Xerath's been banned, I'm not sure about exact circumstances of this. That one also is not going through, so I think there will be another ban. We'll have to wait and see what came through on that, but it is what it is. Maybe they're having mouse problems.
I think it's late in the day and people experience APM problems. Like they just don't have the APM to keep up. But it's fine. The draft will still hopefully they don't mispick in the actual draft because that would be really annoying.
Corky ban first, Elise second ban.
Lee.
Elise.
Oh, Elise. Okay.
Okay, so it's Elise ban, which makes sense given Elise is really strong in this meta, as we were talking about. Diana ban, interesting. That's all I could say. We kind of banned quite a lot of AP junglers. Just realized. I mean, you have Diana. Elise.
I mean, I think Diana in this case is targeted more towards mid because that's where it was played last game. So I imagine that's where that's coming from. But Maokai being the first hover for SOAS.
Yeah, makes sense. It is to remain a strong jungler. It's first pickable. There's no weakness to the champion at the moment, like on this patch, I think. So it's a very reasonable first pick. I mean, I don't think people play Maokai top at all because you're going that AP build. Trundle, kind of a counter pick in the jungle. That makes sense. And just waiting for the second pick.
Yeah, Carol having piloted that last time, but of course it can still get flexed around to top lane most notably, so we'll have to wait and see exactly where that goes when we get the redraft in the lobby.
And what would they pick next? So LSE, they will probably pick something like ADC here. The Sire, yep.
There it is.
The Sire, as we witness, like can become very, very strong.
I mean, the main thing with Zyre is it's actually just quite a strong blind ADC at the moment if you don't want to prioritize bot side because you have the self-sufficiency. So that does sort of tell me that I think LSE are probably going to try and play for their mid again, given how last game went.
Yep.
So I imagine there'll be some priority there in terms of the mid pool and then using a Trundle to play around that.
Yeah.
As last time, I mean, the Corki just ended up being such a threat.
So Warwick is making a return apparently. Already locked in. So it will be again the barrier Warwick top. Yeah, I don't see Warwick being played in other roles. Like jungle, you can make an argument for it, but
Jungle's the only other role you can play it in.
yeah, but barrier top I think is the most like people associate that with like high challenger like solo queue players. What's happening? We're missing the first pick, the third pick from LSE.
From SOAS, it
sorry.
might maybe it's just a visual thing. I don't know. It's seeming to be a...
There really is some APM problem. Like they have to like get the thing together.
Cogmal. Okay, Cogmal making a return from last time.
Yeah, they already were.
Okay, I can kind of respect it. Bizarre's not necessarily going to threaten you too much in lane, so it is sort of a lane where you are semi-allowed to farm. No, I do actually kind of like the Nautilus there into Cog because you have the guaranteed CC with depth charge. So you at least always have something to get onto it.
Yeah, I don't. I'm fine with that idea, but also I do want to like take away some enchanters. Like,
I mean, the problem is
Yeah.
with non-enchanted supports right now is they are just comparatively weaker.
yeah, I will almost think like Cyrocon is better here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the idea of the Nautilus is literally just for depth charge. I think that's the only reason I see with with picking Nautilus.
Yeah, it is a problem with picking Nautilus. I think they just have to remember to get level 6 quite quickly on Nautilus before doing all of the roaming stuff. Then depth charge can be quite useful. Yes, for sure. Are we restarting the?
Possibly.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think the issue is that if the problem is that if you don't, at least as LSE, if they don't know what the actual picks are, it's pretty hard for them to make a response, which I think is the key issue for restarting. I don't know the exact
That makes sense.
the exact terms of the restart, whether it's going to be first few picks exactly the same and then going from when I've actually missed the pick.
I think
Because the bans matter less.
Yeah, I think that should be the course of action because it's really annoying. Like they just ban a champion that you were gonna pick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Otherwise, we can talk about like what do we expect them to pick next.
I think the key with LSE picking red side though, because this was still side selection choice.
Yeah.
I think they just want counter pick mid.
Yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
that's it.
Yeah.
I think they just want counter pick mid. I don't see another reason with the way the last few games have gone for them to actively be choosing red side out in the current meta versus like what SOAS have been doing. So I think that's explicit because they want positive mid matchup to play with jungle.
And what would you kind of like, and especially because we see the Warwick already.
Yeah.
So we kind of like know that it's top lane Warwick. So it's you can just say I will counter pick top lane and counter pick mid lane. I'm not quite sure what is a good Warwick top counter.
I do not know the pick well enough.
Yeah.
I've not. I mean, in my past time as an old Aatrox player, before I moved to ADC, I did actually play pre-rework Aatrox, but that was like my last experience at top. I mean, I did go back to playing Shen for a little bit as well, but then that was basically it. My experience into lane Warwick is very limited, unfortunately. It's not something you see in pro either, so it's not something that I have information about on that end.
Maybe something like Kled can be as good.
Oh, Kled
as,
has an 8 heal reduction, yeah.
Yeah, something like Kled, especially in the early levels, can be quite like. Yeah, Warwick can be quite intimidating. Like they want to try to kill you, but like actually Kled wins out in the early.
I imagine something that can also actually poke out Warwick could actually be okay as well.
Something like
I don't know.
Mordekaiser, maybe, I don't know.
Mm.
Maybe, perhaps, but it doesn't matter. We're going back in the draft, and hopefully these times the teams are actually able to press the lock-in button on draftlol.gg.
The bands seem to be identical so far. I think I see. I mean, we actually got the sides correct this time on the draft pick as well.
Oh,
I think
great.
I see this time just taking their time to think through things as well. I mean, you might as well use the time to your advantage. But I expect to see Vanessa's pick and Vanessa's ban even locked in
Yep.
again.
Steam Bun, does he have a third champion that he could smurf on? That's the question. That's the question I want to know. And also because they've been changing their roles quite a bit. So Steam Bun was playing mid the first game,
Yep.
and then going to jungle. So I do not know like what roles they will be trying to play. So
Yeah, I think it might just be a case of both players are quite happy with playing either role, just depending on what champions they end up getting.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, yeah. So we're gonna have the same draft up until this point. Looks like with
Yeah.
Maokai, Trundle, Hovers. This should be Zaya if we're having the same thing
Yep.
from last time. Yep. Okay. Warwick, and will we see what was meant to be a Cogmore in this slot? But I guess this was the missing pick, so if they do decide to switch it up, I think here is where they could, but no, it's Cogmore.
Yeah, Como is quite. Also interesting because like you are going into the second ban phase, so they can ban even if they don't want to pick Lulu, they ban Lulu. They ban. I mean, no one plays Yumi anymore.
I mean,
Like-
at the very least, it's not you're playing to knowledge of the ADC
Yeah,
at least,
yeah.
which I think is fine. Morgana's
And
interesting.
here is Morgana coming. So instead of Nautilus, they pick Morgana. That's where they differed. The Lulu ban from LC, I think logical.
Yeah.
I guess Morgana makes. No, it doesn't.
And it gives safety versus Maokai ganks actually to some extent.
Yeah.
So, there is merit to it. I mean, I think into Cogmore alone, I actually would rather have the Nautilus, but maybe you just want gang safety. I think that's what I'm trying to see. But I guess we'll see what happens when we have the rest of the drafts in perspective.
Do you think do you think we'll see AP Cotmore maybe? Because that is still an option on the table. I feel. Say you kind of like put down this Morgana sire and Morgana into saying, okay, we don't want your we think like your Cotmore cannot like be threatful enough to our sire Morgana, and then you pick Caitlyn Lux in next rotation.
I
And have
just
Cotmore
move it to mid, yeah.
Yeah.
That could work.
And then Sire Morgana is just absolutely stuffed.
Yeah, and then you just kind of break their lane in this sense. I mean, then you have to basically move Trundle down to bot all the time. I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I still do feel like, just inside of me, I think they will keep the Cogmore on bot with the build that they had last time.
Yeah, because that's very similar champions they played,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So.
yeah, exactly. I think it's a comfort factor. Remember, this
Yeah.
is still a qualification game, so especially if your mid doesn't necessarily have the experience on that, that's going to be very different. Urgot will be the lock-in here. I wonder how the Urgot Warwick matchup goes. I actually might be Urgot favoured in certain circumstances because of the execute, because obviously Warwick normally gets amped healing
Yeah,
at low
yeah,
health,
yeah.
but Urgot doesn't care about that.
And also, I'm just thinking about the interaction of the Urgot E and Warwick ult. Like, if you Warwick ults, and then you have Urgot E, can you just get rid of the ult when you fling Warwick to the back?
I mean, you get
Maybe.
suppressed, right? So I don't think you can buffer it. But Yasuo getting picked.
So I think it's
Ooh.
it is a Yasuo mid, where you have, I think the same thing where you have Cotmore Lux bot lane, which they did. And Yasuo mid lane, it's spicy.
They do have the counter pick, LSE. This is the mid counter pick we've all been waiting on. It's probably the pivotal pick in this draft for this composition because it has been what LSE have been playing around at least from last game.
It can, if they really want to counter, you can pick like AD Renekton and go, just go PTA into bulk.
The thing is, they're quite heavy AD at the moment already, so I do expect it will be an AP-based champion. Kassadin locked in. Well, that is a TikTok. Wait till 16. I mean, big assassination potential though.
Kassadin actually has not that bad of a matchup into
Yeah.
Yasuo. According to some experts, like you can play Kassadin, like you have like immense kill pressure at level 6 into most champions, including Yasuo.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see like what kind of runes, what keystone he brings. If he goes electrical ignite, then we will see.
Yeah.
This might be a Kassadin like experienced player.
Or I mean, we've seen spellbook sometimes on the champion as well. There's a lot of rune options you can go. I think the build diversity is probably greater than most champions, but not obviously not the most diverse, but still fairly decent, especially in rune flexibility. I think is the key point here between that. But I think the roles are pretty clear what's going where at least.
Which team would you give an advantage in terms of draft?
I think just looking from picks that I think Soaz are on more comfort, which in a game, in a qualification game, I think that actually has more weight than something else.
Right.
Although, having said that, if LSE get to a point in late game, I think they're favored on a draft perspective.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I do feel like it's quite hard for LSE to force the issue. Like the only kind of like source is to go for a Maokai flash W, and then maybe change the knockup. That kind of forces the issue. That's the only tool. So you don't have many tools to do that, and I feel like the scaling for SOAS can be quite easy. Like you just kind of chill, especially with Saya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zayas, this Cogmore actually shouldn't have too bad of a time farming. If you just stay in the waves correctly, Moore can't really threaten you with the Dark Binding, and therefore you will just be able to sort of scale as a Cog, which is quite nice to have that ability to be able to do so. You just have to watch out later on. And actually, honestly, the only threat later on, I think, is going to be the casting. And Cogmore has Wit's End, really easy Wit's End itemization.
True.
So you can go Wit's End first item if you really wanted to on Cog. I don't think I'd go first. I'd probably just do Rage Blade into Wit's End, because Rage Blade, in my opinion, is the best one item spike you can get on the champion. But Rage Blade into Wit's End perfectly fine as a itemization combo.
Okay. While we wait for the game to start, and expected a delay, we will move into a break, and we will see you when the game starts.
Hello again, we're back. We're just waiting a few more seconds for the spec delay to finish up. We'll be in the Rift shortly, as we've got some, more friends of us now.
Yeah.
We're also sponsored by, I guess, I don't know, Blender company now.
John Lewis. Other companies also make blenders.
Yeah, we just like John Lewis more.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe we'll get to see a blender in game later on. I mean, we had some pretty big blenders the last game with the Zarya towards the end. I would say the true damage coming out from the Kraken Slayer was a pretty big blender for UCL.
Yep. Definitely a big blender, and I don't know how to follow that up.
what is the most blendery champion?
It has to be Urgot, no?
Urgot? Actually, yeah, no, it is. Actually, we have the blender in this game then.
Yeah.
Just-
We do have
yeah,
a blender in this game.
Fear Beyond Death? No, you
Yeah.
just Fear Beyond Blender. That's what it is now. So you get blended once they die. That's what happens. Urgot enjoys it.
I don't think I know Urgot that well, so, but maybe you do. Maybe you do. So we are in game, and once again we are all kind of just scouting for vision in the early games. No invades. Invades are not on the menu today, guys.
It is the final game of the day. I think people are like, you know what? I don't have the energy for this. I'm just gonna play it safe for a little bit.
Kanaro actually really smartly went for a mini invade for down award. Did it get spotted though? Did he?
I don't know. I mean,
Because-
the ward's still there. It's not gonna get swept up. So They'll have vision on this.
Yes, one key thing is like when you see people putting down a ward level 1, you can sweep it and have both your solo laners hit it once, and then you get enough XP to get level 2 after the first wave. So that's one little trick you can use in the solo queue. Looks like both junglers opting to start on the red buff.
Yeah, on the red buff, but of course they're going to be hopping towards different ends of the map. Kind of all pathing towards the bottom side again. I mean, it's a fair decision. We saw this beforehand with LSE, just making sure the bottom side was safe, and we're going to see the same thing now.
Yeah, oh, actually, Ostrich going for Conqueror. Yeah, makes sense. I kind of expect the Electrocute Ignite, but we're having a more... Oh my god, Steve Bun might be...
Oh, that's really aggressive earlier, going into the enemy jungle like that. Does hit level 2 first, force the flash, counter roll, flash follow, there's the chomp, the slow, tornado available, one more will do it for the dash back. Get Steam Bun to safety, although he took the tower shot, so did not get to safety, and counter roll gets a first blood at 2 minutes.
That's insane. Ooh,
oh wait, the level 2 power spike too. Visual might be able to get the drawback. Tyler forced the flash away, and that's a huge advantage to the bot side of LSE.
Yeah, that was a brilliant finding. And they also just hit level 2 at the same time. But crucially, what was Steam Bun doing in the chickens? But anyway, that's the previous chapter, and see what's happening now in the game. Top lane looks like wave is kind of like even. Bot lane wise though, a lot of poke coming out from Lux actually, from Mini Tala.
Interesting. Okay. Well, yeah, Lux poke is always something you have to bear in mind during the Brongus and Clown 11x. There. I actually am really interested in how this top lane plays out. As we said earlier, we don't know too much about the lane Warwick and exactly what the matchups are like, but we sort of theorized that Ergon might actually do quite well into it. So.
I mean, it has to, right? I mean, it's a counter fix, so surely.
Surely it makes sense.
Yeah, surely it makes sense. Surely they've thought about it instead of faking like the champion that you spam the most in your solo queue. I don't think it looks too bad at the moment. Like,
yeah, the way the purge trades are going. Actually, oh yeah, I mean, Morg Shield actually does block the. Actually, pretty good into the Lux actually, just for the sake of being able to aid block damage and also prevent the root from light binding. So.
I mean, yes, in a sense, but also you don't have enough like shielding to deal with all the damage from Lux, and which is the more, I guess, the more potent of like Lux abilities in this matchup. Oh my god, Reckless Clown is just hitting all the bindings.
Ngumbunda's doing a lot of damage to Clown there. Yep, seeming like Urgot's just winning out on these trades in general with the way that lane's playing. I think it might change a little bit when. I mean, I guess when Clown gets ult, he also has some sort of tool, but Ngumbunda does kind of get it as well, so it's probably still Urgot favored.
Yeah, I mean, late looks fine to Urgot. A small health lead. And I think a better control of wave as well, but the thing is like, Urgot is actually behind the CS. Not CSing very well. Kind of going for the flash of Steam Bun again.
Oh, what an amazing pillar. Absolutely slams Steam Bun against the wall, and Ostrich Maid picks up a kill as well.
That's not a good sign for Steam Bun. And also a very good sign for Ostrich, because, you know, the more kills you get, the more assists you get, the faster you get to level 16, which is basically an Exodia for you.
Yeah, it really is.
It's like end game. It's like, and trying to push us in, Camaro doing the jungle duty.
Give the mid a back, really. Get the reset, get the items. Currently only is a D shield, but should be able to back and get some AP as well. Start stacking a tier, I imagine, would be the main thing.
Yeah, probably, yeah, Catalyst and tier, depending on how much. Ooh, blasting one actually. Instead of the 2 health components, makes sense. A bit more early power. Yeah, I think it's because it's like the Zyder game. I think both teams are a bit more cautious, except for Steve Bun. I think there's a bit of a. It's just like in the lane training. Both junglers farming, which I guess actually Camera did a very good game. Esports in this new flashless. Yeah, so.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen XD yet actually put out any tangible map pressure as of this point in the game, which is less than ideal, given the fact that, as we talked about earlier today, the general goal of junglers is to be putting out map pressure with the current meta. So
Yeah, maybe it's just not his thing right now. He just doesn't feel like it right now. But Maokai having the level 6 fast is also good, I suppose. Like, it's not a bad thing, but I really want them to do something.
okay, right. Chemtech Drake also.
Oh, never mind. Top lane, top lane, top lane.
Oh, okay. No, Steam Bund's actually roaming up.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, I mean, jungler's all the way over there, but Steam Bund looking for it. I think was spotted on that ward earlier that Bungus put down. So you don't have a problem there. Now you get the Drake secured for the side of LSD pretty easily. Actually, wait, the Lux might be able to steal. No, kind of awesome.
Maybe.
It's fine. It's fine.
Good try. Oh,
Switch
actually,
back to
Mini
He's
Tala
level 6.
Yeah. Why is he backing off?
I think it's because they don't have info on the Maokai. Because Maokai wasn't spotted topside. So I think Ostrich is thinking, okay, if Maokai's here, I might be in trouble, so I don't really want to go for the kill.
Yeah. I can see that, but
you do win that, yeah.
But also they just did not expect Maokai to just completely give up the dragon and just do other stuff. Actually trying pressuring the chicken. Oh, top lane all in.
Okay, well this Boom is waiting for the ultimate. There it is. There comes the ultimate on the other side. Yeah, I guess the barrier. That is kind of the order. I think you have to ult. It's whoever ults last. I think might win out on that. Okay, that's true.
Let's see the CS difference. Just have a look at top. Oh no, my
Actually,
mid lane all in.
One tower shot though. I think the ignite won't kill Ostrich. Steamon has to be slightly careful here when Ostrich gets that Rift Walk back up, actually, with the amount of health he's on. Maokai is around to capitalize, so it's going to be, I think Ostrich still dies here.
Rift Walk's away.
No, Rift Walk's down there, yeah.
So he'll be fine. I just want to appreciate like how much CS Cloud 11 is getting. Like it's another like 9.5 CS per minute performance.
I think it's one of those cases where Bungus has been taking generally positive trades and hasn't been prioritizing the wave over making sure that Warwick's not able to be healthy, which I think is where the trade-off's been.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, I want 30 CS more than.
Oh
more
yeah,
than,
I would. I value that too. Yeah, absolutely.
I want 30 CS more.
I agree.
It's like that trade meme. It's like where you have lane prior, I have 30 CS.
Yeah. Even still though, even if top is bleeding a little bit as a result of the way that he's been taking it, this bonus might be able to fade there.
Yeah.
Pillar of so is Malcray. Actually, you got the flash out of the Warwick, so that's fine. Entangling the roots, you disdain away, but I think you just don't have the health bars on the bonus will go down. Slain by the Maokai, and yeah, nice kill over. So I was on the board.
Yeah, good counter gang. I don't know if it's is it opportunistic or like he kind of like saw that.
Ambled in.
I think he got a bit lucky, not gonna lie. But now they can use this momentum into getting the Herald and then.
Oh, this is really aggressive from Visual, but Feathers are out, unable to get the drawback there. There's the binding flash away from 1987. Just a flash for flash, but it's support flash for AD flash, so it's good.
Okay, Steven. Not going for the last threat. Not expecting that right now.
I think he just doesn't think he has lethal there, which he doesn't admittedly, because Cassim just TP's out basically with the R button. Oh, actually, wait, Disdain on the tower. Does he have the ultimate available?
No.
Doesn't have the kill. Has the ultimate, but doesn't have the kill range. So.
Very, very patient with ultimates.
You have to be in that lane, I think. Just the way that at least we saw how the first exchange went down. But Steambarn yet again, I think. Gonna go down here. Ostrich waiting on a Rift Walkie. There it is. Bungus almost in kill range. Both ultimates still available. There it is, and the yank back. Blended.
Yeah, that was a great kill. I wasn't expecting Urgot to be able to kill Warwick. I guess the combination of Tabbies and the what's that Bramble Vest kind of like taking its toll in the prolonged trades.
Yeah.
Overall,
healing reduction as well. Gonna be a big deal.
Overall, it's like I think the teams are quite even. I mean, slight advantage to SOAS.
Yeah, I mean, gold-wise, it's...
Oh, sorry, LC, sorry.
Yeah. Goal-wise, it's even, but the problem is that LSE's ahead with the Castor right now in terms of gold, and that is a dead Cogwall. I don't think Honorol really dies. They don't have the damage afterwards after Cogwall gets slain, so...
Oh, it's so sad.
Oh, wait! Warwick roamed down. That's Infinite Duress. Gonna CC up. There should be enough damage. Level 9 Warwick actually quite ahead right now. Stacking Lethal Tempo. There it is. Return kill. Exhaust being used. Visual now getting collapsed on because of the Lux being there. So actually, Soaz getting 2 kills back with the board. Really big for this team.
Yeah, nice roam. I mean, I think there's an issue with sometimes with top laners, like they just kind of just stayed in the lane and just not move. Actually, roaming sometimes can be very impactful. Ostrich might be in slight trouble. Getting a riff off.
Depends on other Q. Yeah, there it is. Way more. Warwick doesn't have ultimates. There's no CC available there. Rift Tower getting dropped down. Gonna collect some plating. Gonna go to the dog.
I'm surprised they're giving this to Clown, but I guess they think Clown is like the strongest member on the team right now.
Yeah, I think they're thinking like Steambone's already behind. Just let him get some 0-10 power, the 110 power spike, and then you'll be fine.
Interesting lane flow. I guess it makes sense because like just now knowing that you just can't stack check the god anymore, then putting the Yasuo up there to farm just makes sense.
Although I think Caston on his back, if he's backing on this much, might actually have the rower. Yes, so 12 minute 30 starts the stacking. Will be there. I think that's a fairly decent timing for this item. So
yeah, good timing. Canarol might be
a lot of damage. Not actually bringing everything back. Canarol's just dead, I think. Oh, actually flashes out. What a bait. Unga Bungus is here, but I think Clown with the extra damage. If you can't land the Fear Beyond Death onto Yasuo, which he can't because he's getting body blocked by the Warwick. Really, really good play from Clown there, I think.
But Clown's still going for...
Might be able to chase down Canarol. Lands the Infinite Duress, and that's a double kill to Warwick.
Wow, that's beautiful for Warwick. I did not think we would land that because Warwick ult works when you are faster, and then your ult range is longer, which is like, I never know like how long they can ult, but it turns out it was enough range.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, that's evening out the goal roll now. Now Warwick's going to be a big issue later on. I mean, of course, Zaya being in a fairly good position, 31 still on the cull, good farm overall. If he's getting a light blinding, I mean, there's going to be free Malphite ultimate coming in. Blade Caller maybe gets one. I think you should have committed onto the cockball there, because one more also got you the kill, because you were dead anyway. So I think a slight misjudgment, thinking there was a chance of escaping them. 2 kills back over to Cyprus.
I think I take everything I said about XD. Like, I think he's a perfect Malphite, 3-0-0-0. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, he's just picking the correct battle to gank. He doesn't have to gank often, but when he ganks, he gets results. And having that demonic quite early can be quite annoying because, like, he'll just put saplings everywhere.
Yeah. Okay, well, the point of power now is really just going to be casted for LSE. Casted in 2-0-1 right now. Decent form. Bro has been stacking. Once that champion hits level 16, you're going to start having issues. But right now, it's going to be a very slow game for this side.
Yeah, I feel like SOAS do have the tools to accelerate the game, but they have to use it. So I want to see them group a bit more, and like actually try to like do more. Say the next dragon coming up in like 2 minutes. Okay, that's too long. They should like group up and try to do some invades or like do some dives, because the game has been like quite static so far in terms of like the clear like people are just farming in their own lane. Is what I mean. And except for like that Warwick roam from Cloud 11x, I want them to do more of that. Because Kassadin, even at this stage, is still quite awful in skirmishes.
Yeah.
So they should abuse that. Otherwise, you know, why fight later when you can fight a weak Kassadin now? Like.
Yeah, I mean, the completion time is going to be 22 minutes 30 for the rower to get that extra level on. Bunga's doing a little bit of trading. Unless Clown goes on his tower, I don't think you can get that kill. Now maybe Ostrich in a little bit of trouble. I mean, it's just going to be a confrontation with 2 versus 2 in the top side jungle.
I like that how they're listening to me. They're doing the right thing, trying to get as much advantage as they could. They should once again try to go to... Oh, they're going back to the lanes, it's fine. But the Herald is up, I guess that's what their plan is. XD is starting off the Herald.
Yeah, seems to be the case. I mean, just a bit of trade of farm. Yeah, Cogmore's still building the same way as last time. I mean, wait to see if it's 100% or still the same itemization with the What was the last time? Bulk second? I don't think you should be. Bulk's okay this game, going second, but I'd probably take Wits End second myself.
Yeah, I don't buy Lux Combo very much, but it did work out alright. It did work out alright. Just thinking like how much else do they do? So now looks like XD can think about putting power in the thing. So after that, what do they do? After that, they probably have to just establish vision in the LZ jungle.
Oh, Rift walking forward. I think that's a really big blunder from Ostrich there. Force the flash, Rift walk over the wall, flash response. Can he get the blast go into safety? Actually, just about escapes that one. Wow, what an escape artist there.
Damn, like it's quite illegal that he got away with that, just randomly rip-offing forward.
I mean, did almost kill XD just because of the fact that it was under tower.
Yeah.
If we actually managed to get the kill somewhere and get out, that would have been a daylight robbery, but not quite as good of a burglar as to get away with that.
Just a nighttime robbery, that regular one. Ooh, no, Clown might be in some trouble, taking a lot of damage from those machine guns and these.
Yeah, not exactly going into. Yeah, Clown definitely not doing well in the extended trades. He's just been getting advantages in other ways, mainly through farming the road earlier, as we talked about. But no turret damage, doing pretty well for Saz after having broken the mid and bot tier 1s. Carol, the Drake right now, clearing out a little bit of vision. The setup is there, although Saz also waiting on the wings.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it looks like they can't contest Dragon just because Warwick is like so far away.
It's doable. XD able to have the smite. Might just be a smite fight between the two.
Ooh, actually resets. That means Clown 11X have time to like come to find a flank.
I think oh, where's the engage? Off ref straight onto cover. If you kill the jungler here, you get a massive advantage. Flash away to safety. Reckless Chan gonna pull down the Soul Shackles. It's a split fight. Visual in the backline gonna pull that one away, but they're gonna get a kill on the other side of the fight. LSE win one side it seems, but they lose the other. Although they don't fully win the one side because Kasten's just not strong enough right now.
Yeah, and also we just didn't have Urgot.
Yeah,
like,
Urgot came down late.
Yeah, they had to like be more, less greedy about the sideways and just like come down. But it looks like they're still hovering. But I guess it's just like the sense of regret, like just keeping them there.
More of a thought is like, you know, maybe I can capitalize on some misplay here, but not actually gonna commit to anything. Either way, Caster did still come out of that one kill picture, so LSE's win con still doing extremely well.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not the end of the world giving up that dragon. It's not the end of the world that you're down 2k.
Yeah.
You have a way superior composition. Okay, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that. It's just like the scaling is like a little better.
Yeah, once you get to a certain point in the game, I mean, when once Zaya starts getting the Rory online as well, that means a huge 2-item spike for that champion. Caster needs 16 as we talked about, and I mean, Urgot will do fine. Urgot scales really well with items, and I mean the Black Cleaver here reducing the shred for Zaya as well.
You know what I just realized? I realized Maokai is a very slow version of Gragas Yasuo.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It's literally the same thing.
Yeah, I see
it's
what
a
you mean.
very slow version of Gragas Yasuo. I want to see the combo a bit more. Haven't seen it yet, I think.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that either with the last breath and the Maokai knockup.
Vision is quite lacking for both sides. I think they should invest a bit more in Vision, like in terms of like trying to choke the enemy team. But never mind, the Baron is just gotten.
Hogwarts is one of those champions that will burn the Baron. Clown has a shutdown, and if Ostrich gets that, that's a lot of gold. Gonna ult to safety, but Ostrich does still have Riftwalk available. Reckless Chan, I think, senses something going on. Clown unable to die just yet. One more Riftwalk might. That's so much healing.
Yeah, Clown 11X was just running a guerrilla campaign, like literally guerrilla warfare. This just for distraction.
Yeah, got free Baron off the top.
Yeah. So this is like another way how they could like accelerate the game and just prevent that level 16 time bomb. I mean, delay that. Maokai going to Liandry's as well. I thought they usually only go Demonic or Liandry's, not both, right? They do both?
Not always. It varies a bit, but I guess they want the burn damage of the saplings.
Reminds me like when I used to play ARAM, it's like I hate when my guys go AP.
Just can't walk into the bushes.
Yeah, but I mean the thing is like it's such a trap because like it looks like you're doing a lot, but in the end if you get engaged on like an AP marker is not like the best thing ever. And anyway, off topic. Baron buff, they should be doing something, but seems like they are taking the time into regrouping into like a certain lane. I mean, top, mid, and bottom tier 2 is up for grabs, but they have to start working together. I feel like they're quite content. It's like they're quite content in just like farming the side waves for SOAS. And it feels like they might be wasting a bit of Baron buff.
Yeah, the proactivity of the game Baron has been pretty light. Just more than cementing, making sure I get CS, pushing out waves, but not necessarily getting the structural damage.
Now, we have converging into Ostrich.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of CC. Ostrich trying to go something. Walks down, realizes, oh wait, there's two blue players. I thought that was safe. Big shot down though.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the play I was looking for. Oh my god, no. Unga Bungas is trying to run down 1987.
There's the flash disdain, there's the ultimate, yeah, that's it.
Nom nom nom.
Blended.
Blended. But that is just a consolation prize because your top lane tier 2 is getting battered down. Camaro trying to punch out a pillar, not too much effect. Your Baron up minions is still going to hit the inhibitor turret, but they decided to call it. They decided to just go for the easier mid tier 2 turret.
Yeah. Not bad pushing down. I mean, it took a while to get there. There's a lot binding lands. 200 years of root right there from Redless Chan. Another. Oh, okay. We'll go back on that. Maybe. You don't need to do that. Even if you root the Warwick there.
20 seconds. Inferno Dragon.
Yeah.
That is quite key. I mean, Inferno Dragon, everyone loves it because there's just more damage.
I mean, it's pretty damn good for the casted. I can say that much.
Yeah. So it's like tempting for LC to put up a fight in the Dragon. They actually, I think they choose not to and just be more safe and just say, well, Kazan is like 2 levels.
I mean, they don't have any setup, but it's just getting sacked. You as you say, you're playing for the 16 now, casting.
That was dangerous.
Well, you had ample info, I guess. They didn't really have a tool in range still, I think.
Back to the mid lane ARAM, which honestly I don't think it's like the worst play. You just need the wave to be like.
I mean, where the other wave states are, there's not much else you could do than try and do something for maybes and screwing up. So. I don't hate it.
I don't hate it. I also think bot lane tier 2 is also fine. This is also fine, I would say.
Well, that's a fairly big one. I mean, we're going to go in. Doesn't connect to sustain. This might be really bad for LSE of the way it's going. It's a tower dive, but the engage was so good off the side of Soaz. Another kill. Israel gets the yank back. Ostrich now here. It's really going to be on the casting, but he just CC'd for too much and unable to get the damage down. Morgana picks up 1 kill as a consolation prize, but still, 4 for 1.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, it's a risky dive, but also we kind of capitalize on Kazan not being.
Respawn zone really long.
It's not that long. It's not that long. I don't think they get through.
I mean, it's 10 seconds. It's
they have 3 minions, and Morgana W probably like kill off them.
Okay, yeah, Morgana W. Yeah, that's it. If the wave was bigger, it was actually potentially dangerous.
Yeah,
yeah.
definitely. It's just like Kazan wasn't in position to flank right in green dots. So something, it's like food for thought. I would say, like make sure like you're strong. Kazan is like next to you when we get about to fight.
Although Caston wasn't at the spike yet, still level 15, 1 more level to go for that.
Yeah. Probably just like saying, team, just don't die, team.
Yeah.
Let me get over level, please.
Just you wait till I hit level 16.
Yeah.
I'll assassinate all of them.
I hope that happens because it'll be quite funny. Like if SOAS is just like leading by so much and LC like hit Captain like 16 and just like booms everyone, it'll be quite funny.
Yeah, I do think Ostrich is a bit more AP though until the time. Like, Clown's face checking, missed the light button. Holy moly! The final spark was the final spark for so many. Ostrich going down 2 from the Cogmore damage. Bork Rageblade doing a little bit too much to him too. I mean, LC's forces are routed.
Lux is not balanced, man. Lux is just not balanced. Like, I don't know how...
Monka.
So much damage. It's so insane. Now it's just a free Baron for... well, I mean, it's not free. They worked hard for it. But it's a Baron for a SOAS side. And now, using this Baron, they can just do the, like, tutorial where they, like, go on the side lane, push that lane down, and then go to the other side lane. Then the game plan is, like, really simple. For LSE, do they have level 16 on Chasm yet?
I actually don't know. We'll see in a few seconds when Ostrich actually respawns. But I think they were actually just shy of it, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
It will be quite tragic if he doesn't get level 16 before the final fight, because that means he hasn't played the game.
I mean, Ostrich is going to the top wave, so I hope that's enough XP.
It's not that big of a wave, so
I do believe Ostrich is quite close to it.
Surely, right? Surely. Like, you're building Roa. You have to be close to it.
Oh no, still level 15.
Oh no.
Okay, mid-wave. Must be mid-wave. Come on. You've been level 15 for quite some time now. Oh no, they're clearing a mid-wave already. This is very sad.
Yeah.
I cry for all the Caston enjoys out there.
Yeah. Oh, actually, they're not pushing for this because they're waiting for XD to come. So more time for Heston.
Not yet. Not yet.
Top wave is coming.
Alright, mid-wave, maybe?
Probably grab the 16 and then TP to fight with.
Top wave? Question mark? Maybe?
Maybe?
Maybe, please? Yeah! Congrats. Ostrich did it.
We have 35 seconds for the Inferno Dragon. Now this should be like, if I'm like LSU, I would just say like, let's just go, let's study out and let's fight them. Obviously more organized than what I just said. The vision is a problem, but also you can kind of like go through mid. You have to clear the flippers anyway. So if you go as a 5, either mid or bot. Actually, mid will be way better. Go to mid, clear out the wave, and then try to walk and with someone in front, like Trundle in front, you should be fine. But they are not doing that.
Okay, just gonna give it away. Sure. I think they were too scared of the super waves and just wanted to make sure every wave was pushed out.
The thing is, like, you have one super wave coming to you, right? Like, if you have 5 League of Legends champions going to the mid lane, you don't have to be scared of that. It is just quite annoying, and quite annoying to watch. Like, you see his Castle level 16, itching to go.
Well, the team's not here. I want some tops of it.
Yeah. That's my question for like the LG people playing. I don't think side lanes are that juicy. Like. Okay.
Ooh, that was
Stacking,
very dangerous.
That was
potentially.
that was experiment. They were testing.
Okay.
See how much reaction have the SOAS team got? Are they so tired that they can't react to that now?
Yeah, the draft APM earlier. I think that was the expectation. Okay, well at least Zaya's got two items. That's important. That's nice. Locke's just killing the crab. Hates crabs apparently. Okay.
Giving's the jungler actually. Wow.
Oh.
I'm so confused, but it's okay.
Nature's advance on the crab. Skull did not deserve that. Oh, fortunately it's a pretty low cooldown ultimate. I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna beat anything.
It is low. Do they realize that it's like around like nearly 12 now? I hope they do. It is 12.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Like like the game, like the game, new meta is supposed to close at 12. Uh-oh.
I think Carol's the one with the bad reaction times this time. Flash a little bit too late. Gonna go down. There's the last rep. I think they realised it's 12 now, and they want to go home. Okay.
They do.
Visual on the back. Blade caller. There is Vebstorm. Ostrich going in. Gonna get Zonya's away. Okay, maybe. Looking for it. Riftwalk when?
Riftwalk when?
No Riftwalkers. Spend all the mana.
I think
get the regen mana.
because he thinks he didn't have enough mana.
Okay. Riftwalk when? Well, it needs to happen at some point. Okay, well, we had it into no one there. You get caught by my Valkyrie or XD going into the backline. 2 Zonya's going golden. 178 goes. Gets another kill. The ball continues. Ostrich unable to get the damage down Zaya. A valiant effort. Although the health bars are very low, so it's coming. It's fine.
Oh, it's fine.
I think.
Yeah.
I think there's adequate health there. Zaya's in low 14 compared to the rest. I don't know if you can half the damage, especially if you're throwing autos into the wind wall. You know, it's the end of the day. We're all tired. I think that shows in the gameplay. Either way, congratulations to SOAS for qualifying to the next round alongside UCL. Very valiant effort, and I mean the subs of subs still managing to get the win through with, you know, pretty decent variety of champions as well.
Yeah, I love the game today. Like overall, it seems like everyone has good vibes.
Yeah.
Played. Yeah, maybe Ostrich a bit sad, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
I think others, anyone other than him is probably quite happy with today. So, yeah.
Caston enjoys not rejoicing right now. After that was it's a very sad day for Caston mains. But there you have it. I think that comes to the end of Group 1. We'll, of course, be back next week with Group 2 of the tournament. And, of course, a massive thanks to our sponsors, New Meta, for being able to provide the venue, the equipment to players. Absolutely massive thanks. It wouldn't be able to be even hosted without New Meta, of course. And, of course, also to Excel as well for being able to put some help behind the scenes for everyone. But we'll see you next time with Group 2. Stay safe and healthy. And, well, I guess see you then.
See ya.